Hello, 2 minute warning, 2 minute warning. We're about to start. Woo! Welcome to DC Climate Week 2026. Woo! Now, before I tell you anything about today, I want to ask you a question. Do you have children in your life? Family, a grandkid, a niece, a nephew, someone young that you love? Can you imagine a world where they are thriving, not surviving, thriving? Clean air, clean water, ecosystems alive, communities strong. A world where we have found a way to live in symbiosis with each other, in symbiosis with our planet. Is that important to you? What do you feel right now? Do you know that you have a powerful piece to play in building that future? Every single one of you. And whether we know it or not, we are heading towards it or away from it. There is no neutral. What you're going to see, feel today and these next 7 days are 6,000 plus people in this region and from around the world coming together to choose the direction together. I want you to remember that feeling this whole week. Now, I got my PhD here at Hopkins, and so being here to open for DC Climate Week is personal to me. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you to everyone that helped build this ceremony. I'm honored to be here and speaking in front of all of you. And I'm excited to introduce you to a good friend of mine and the co-founder of DC Climate Week, Seifer.
Let's give it up for Justin. So Justin is a man of many talents. He's organizing today. He's a co-organizer of DC Climate Week overall. And I just want to say thank you to Justin for pulling this opening ceremony. It's going to be epic together. Let's give it up for Justin one more time. So DC Climate Week is on a mission to build a community that drives climate action. And we're guided by a set of core values that hold us true to driving and making this mission accomplishable. But it all started 2.5 years ago, when it was just an idea, when we brought together a few individuals in a room saying, what if? What if we started a DC Climate Week? That snowball kept on growing and growing, eventually until last year, the first ever DC Climate Week had 4,700 attendees at 150 events throughout the DMV. And it was powered by over 200 volunteers and 75 plus partners. And this year, I'm excited to say it's going to get even bigger. We already have over 5,500 attendees registered throughout the event, throughout the 240 community events. And it's powered by over 200 volunteers throughout the ecosystem. And over 100 partner organizations are putting on those events. And we couldn't do it without the incredible collaboration and partnerships that we've built. And so I'm thrilled to announce that we've partnered with Future Food Week to bring together the community, because we have to eat during DC Climate Week, and Future Food Week is happening this week and they feature over 100 different restaurants that are promoting climate-friendly meals and services there. So go check out Future Food Week, and I'm thrilled to have that partnership happening during DC Climate Week. We're also guided by an advisory board who tirelessly worked every single month from last year to this year to make sure that this DC Climate Week actually happened again. And to our flagship event volunteers, many of whom checked you in today and are running around backstage ensuring speakers are where they need to be and media and press are where they need to be. So if everybody can give a huge round of applause to the event volunteers. And to our platinum sponsors, keep the applause going. I want to feel the energy. Our platinum volunteers. Our platinum sponsors bring together and make sure that all the different flagship events that are happening throughout DC Climate Week are free and open to the public. That's a core principle. DC Climate Week should be an on-ramp for individuals that are just joining the climate community, or a place for anyone and everyone, if they've been in the community for 20 years, to join as well. Let's give it up for our gold sponsors and silver sponsors. And to our opening ceremony sponsors, whom you'll hear from today. And also to one of them, Casey Trees, for bringing the spirit of the outside inside. And thank you to our media partners and to our supporting partners. Our supporting partners volunteer their time, energy, talent, technology to make sure that DC Climate Week comes off without a hitch. So thank you to our supporting partners. And I'm excited to announce that we're live on Canary Media, streaming on YouTube and around the world. So let's give it up for Canary Media. And to everybody who's watching this today, you are part of the DC community. You're part of the DC Climate Week. So thank you for being here. And thank you to our hosts, Johns Hopkins Ralph O'Connor Sustainable Energy Institute and the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg Center here in Washington, D.C. This is an incredible facility, and Rosie has opened up their facility and their talent to bring DC Climate Week to this stage. So thank you to Johns Hopkins. And without further ado, it's my distinct honor to introduce you to Ben Schaefer, the founding director of Rosie.
Thank you, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. I do want to extend my welcome to you. You're all Hopkins students now. You're sitting through a Hopkins class, at least for a couple more minutes while this Hopkins professor talks. I also wanted to say that it actually means something to me personally that you're here. I have lived in DC for 26 years. I have commuted to Baltimore for all of those 26 years. But it was a great thing when Hopkins opened up a facility here. And now the School of Advanced International Studies and our new School of Government and Policy, which I've been working with and is just hiring in its first faculty, are all coming here right next to the Hill to make a difference for a time when we need it. Several years ago, the university, in the midst of COVID, decided that it wanted to make a greater impact in sustainability and sustainable energy and climate change. And through the help of the O'Connor family and a commitment from the university, was able to endow and create our Energy Institute. That institute, now 5 years old, celebrated in the same theater this morning with a similar audience, a celebration of its technical work with many of its partners, now sort of working with the state of Maryland, with the federal government, with folks implementing solar and wind around the world, as well as here in this area, to try to bring our academic work to the actual, the difference of the energy transition. We're dedicated to being a group of people that came together in that little Hopkins community to work on the energy transition. So any of you interested in the academic side of things, please reach out to me or any of my colleagues. We are certainly happy to engage with you, your organizations, and the difference you're trying to make here locally in DC. I think you will find that particularly in this time, that coming together as a community like this and reminding ourselves that we have goals that we want to achieve as a group of people inside a democracy, and that we can do those things, whether they be climate change or sustainable energy. Well, last year seemed necessary. This year seems slightly hopeful. I think as someone that works in energy, there could be no greater demonstration of the fragility and problem of going backwards than what our government has given us in just a few weeks. And so even, I'm a person that works in wind energy, even in offshore wind, in which northeastern states up to just a few months ago polled an interest of about 35 to 40%. Now 76% of people in the New England would like to have offshore wind come to their area. So we see dramatic shifts when people have personal change. So you guys are true believers. You probably would have been here one way or another. But as we share the message to other people, it's wonderful to see that good things can come from us coming together and even dealing with the changes that we're dealing with in the energy world right now. I hope you have a great event today. I hope you enjoy your time in the Bloomberg Center, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
And if you're in the back, come on down. We're all friends here. We'd love to have you join in. Yeah, come on down. Come on down. We got some time. We're waiting for the next speaker to come out. Please make yourself at home. I'm excited to introduce the executive director, Andrew of Casey Trees, and of course, he brought his trees with him. Welcome to the stage, Andrew. Oh, great.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. As mentioned, my name is Andrew Schichtel. I'm the executive director of Casey Trees, and it's so great to be with all of you conversing and discussing ways that we can be impactful in our communities across the globe and here in Washington, D.C. There we go. So at Casey Trees, we are a local nonprofit here in Washington, D.C., with a very clear mission to plant, care for, and protect trees in the nation's capital. And that's manifested in many different ways day to day. Working with homeowners to think about trees or considering trees on their private property, working with school kids to understand the benefits of trees in their communities, working to protect those investments that we're making in the communities that we're working in as well, so working with legislators. And then for Casey Trees, we're the only certified land trust operating inside Washington, D.C. as well. So as mentioned, you may have noticed the trees that are on stage here. These did come from our farm out in Berryville, Virginia. We have a nursery out in Berryville, and tomorrow these trees, along with 19 others, will be planted at Brown Education Campus, which is a local elementary school here in Ward 5 in Washington, D.C. And it's really one of the easy ways to think about the efforts of our work being realized. So immediate shade at bus stops, cooler playgrounds for kids to play, and of course, cleaner water as well. And trees are just one part of a bigger system. The health of our urban forests are directly correlated to the clean drinking water and clean rivers in our communities as well, and ultimately the Chesapeake Bay here in Washington, D.C. And when we plant a tree in D.C., we're also filtering stormwater, we're cleaning our air, and we're working to support the efforts downstream, which is the Bay. Which brings me to my next speaker, the next speaker. The Chesapeake Bay Foundation has been a powerful champion for the region's waterways and communities for decades, and their president and CEO, Hillary Harp Falk, is leading a new era of ambitious, people-centered restoration across the watershed. Please join me in welcoming Hillary to the stage.
Good morning. How is everybody? Well, it is great to be here today, and Andrew, thank you for that introduction. I'm Hillary Harp Falk, President and CEO of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I'm a Pisces, Marylander, Orioles fan, which is tough always. And maybe to sum it up, I put Old Bay on my Old Bay. For those of you who are not from this area, welcome to the Chesapeake Bay watershed. It's a pretty amazing place. I've had the pleasure of growing up on the Chesapeake Bay and learned early on from my father that the best photographs are taken at sunrise. My lifelong interest and commitment to conservation began assisting him on assignment. Although a diversity of photos that he took, his favorite ones and mine were on the Chesapeake Bay. And as an adult now, the distinctive aroma of salty air and marsh detritus bring me back to a childhood, trekking through soft shorelines and messing around in boats. I fell hard in love with the Chesapeake Bay at a very young age, and I knew that I would spend my life protecting the environment. Many of those early lessons were on two Chesapeake Bay islands, one in Virginia, Tangier Island, and one in Maryland, Smith Island. They are places where land and water meet, where communities are now facing some of the worst climate impacts. The Chesapeake Bay is not an abstract place. For those of you who have been on it, know it's a place where you can clearly see when climate changes, everything changes. On Tangier and Smith Island, land is disappearing. Communities that have existed for generations are now facing a very uncertain future. In Annapolis, where I live now, flooding is no longer occasional, it is quite routine. In Hampton Roads, one of the fastest sea level rise regions on the East Coast, rising water not only threatens neighborhoods, but critical naval infrastructure. If you want to understand the future of climate change in America, you can look directly at the Chesapeake Bay. For those of us that have worked on the Chesapeake Bay for decades, know that we built a restoration framework grounded in science and accountability, and it has worked to a point. We've reduced pollution, we've upgraded wastewater treatment systems, and made real progress. But the system is changing. Warmer waters, more intense storms, and of course, rising seas. The science is very clear. Achieving water quality improvements is proving more difficult than expected, and climate change is a major reason why. We're not restoring the bay we once had. We're fighting for a future bay where people and nature can thrive together. The Chesapeake Bay is primarily an education and advocacy organization, and when necessary, we litigate. A week ago, we took the extraordinary step of joining a lawsuit to defend the federal endangerment finding. That finding is the legal backbone of climate action in this country, and it also underpins our efforts to save the bay. If it's weakened, so is our ability to limit the pollution that's driving sea level rise, warming waters, and overall worsening conditions for the Chesapeake Bay. When federal protections are rolled back, places like Tangier and Smith, Annapolis, and Hampton Roads are some of the first communities to pay the price. We filed that case because the Chesapeake Bay deserves a seat at America's climate future. But we're not just doing that. We're also focusing on restoring places where people are seeing the greatest amount of change. I would argue where people need us most. A few years ago, we teamed up with the town of Tangier to protect the island. It was an opportunity to both stand in solidarity with a key coastal community and build a learning laboratory for climate adaptation and resiliency strategies. To transform that resolve into a fundable strategy, the town of Tangier secured a National Coastal Resilience Fund grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. The critical funding is being used to develop the Tangier Island Shoreline Adaptation Plan, an essential, comprehensive roadmap to protect the island shores from accelerating coastal erosion, intense storms, and, of course, long-term sea level rise. We're partnering to support the plan's technical scope. It will evaluate erosion impacts, assess more than 7 miles of shoreline, inland marsh, and prioritize the most vulnerable areas. Crucially, the plan will prioritize nature-based solutions, like marsh restoration, oyster reefs, and of course, living shorelines, which will strengthen the island's natural defenses and maximize ecological benefits, all while we're learning along the way. It's an effort to put progress and learning at the place where we absolutely need it the most. Over the course of the Chesapeake Bay restoration effort, 2 things are true. We have made major progress, and we have a very long way to go. Despite decades of effort, only a fraction of the bay meets water quality standards, and progress has been much slower than expected. And climate change is widening that gap between effort and results. We're working harder than ever, but the system is changing faster than we are. If we're serious about winning on the Chesapeake Bay, 3 things must change. First, we must paint a picture of the future where people and nature thrive together. We must match the scale of climate change with the scale of our response. Second, we must move from plans to performance. We have no shortage of plans. What we need are results that people can see and feel. Third, we must lead with accountability. Federal, state, and local leaders must own outcomes, not just good intentions. And science must be our North Star. Winning on the Chesapeake Bay and across this country is possible. Winning means communities connected to nature with beautiful trees, wildly successful oyster restoration across Maryland and Virginia. It means healthy trout streams in Pennsylvania and coastal waters that support marine life. It means a system resilient enough to withstand what is coming. For me, winning also means supporting coastal communities and experiencing the places that matter the most. It's celebrating Tangier and Smith Islands and passing along those experiences to my kids. The Chesapeake Bay has always been a test of whether we can align science, policy, and people to solve something bigger than ourselves. Climate change raises the stakes. but it also clarifies the mission. Together we can save the Bay, and if we do, we can build a future to be proud of. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brandon Jones. He leads 60,000 Earth and space scientists at the American Geophysical Union, and he took the gavel 3 weeks before the federal government came for climate science. Brandon, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, come on, come on. We have work to do. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, let me start with the end in mind. We don't get to give up. We just don't. So it's time to get to work. And for all the folks who have been lamenting a lot of the uncertainties that we're facing out in the real world, I wish that they could be in this room right now to see the faces, to feel the energy, because this is what's needed to get things done. And we've been living under what seems like a never-ending avalanche of hardships, threats, mis- and disinformation, particularly around climate science, and of personal and professional hardships. And I can speak to that personally, as I took early retirement from the National Science Foundation last fall. That was not on the bingo card in January 25, but I can move into other parts of the ecosystem to fight. But with all of that, we're here. There we go. We're here to learn. We're here to engage. We're here to change the world. And maybe, just maybe, the uncertainties that I mentioned just a few seconds ago aren't really what we should be focusing on, because there are a lot of certainties that could be our anchors. We are certain of who we are. We're certain of what we're fighting for. We're certain of why we are here, and we are certain of where we need to go. All of us are here, and in doing so, we are committing ourselves to be partners in the global scientific enterprise. Whether we're from academia, the federal government, the private sector, philanthropies, grassroots advocacy organizations, collectively we form and bolster this ecosystem. Now, this isn't to say that everything's all sunshine and gravy. We know better. But I've found, especially in the last 15 months, that there are 3 elements that can form a directional construct for us as we move forward on this journey. So the first one may sound a bit cliche, but it is courage, or as a good friend of mine from Nigeria just told me a couple of days ago, we need to put on our cloak of bravery. As I said before, we're here, we're showing up, we're speaking out, we're leaning in. And we need to apply a courageous lens in our day-to-day activities to put aside any hints of individualism that may start to creep up and embrace the power of collective action. And in collectivism, we realize it is all about the people. It's all about us. When we find our courage, we are reminded that it's the people that are going to power this mission, and the reason that we're in it is because of the people. From courage comes the ability to connect. Science is built on the power of connection. It has never been, as we practice science in the Western world, it's never been an easy thing. You have to get over inertia and feelings and things of that nature to make the connections that are necessary to build out the connective tissue for science to thrive. It's hard work, and it's a journey of ups and downs depending on where you are or when you come along in your career and you happen to connect. But we do it, and we ask questions, and we get answers, but those answers only lead to more questions, right? That's science. But what we're doing is building out the relational pathways that increase the network so that the ideas, the people, and the initiatives aren't slipping through the cracks. Ours is a long game, and it's those connections that propel and sustain our work and our science. So my hope for all of you this week is that it's one of a powerful connective energy, of unexpected meetings, of intersections, and interactions. Take advantage of all the big and small and random moments this week, because when science is connected, Science is unstoppable. It has always demanded of us to use our imagination to think differently. And connections lead to the place that I would like the land of the three C's, courage, connection, and that is creativity. These are challenging times, but they're pushing us all to think and reimagine everything, even in spaces around environmental justice or DEI. And I've been in those spaces for over 20 plus years as a Fed. Lots of conversations around dismantling systems. Well, newsflash, a lot of the systems are dismantled now. So now it's time to implement and put in our agendas, our blueprints, our programs to move forward to the future that we know we need. It's time to be nimble, time to be scrappy, time to be crafty, and that's exactly how AGU has attempted to show up over these last 15 months. As the world's largest association of Earth and space scientists, AGU has been meeting this moment, actually lots of moments that seem to keep coming and coming. We are following and have followed the Shirley Chisholm playbook of if they don't invite you to the table, pull up a chair, or maybe just kick the legs out from under that table because it didn't need to be there in the first place, and build your own table, right? Just like science itself, AGU is powered by partnership and strengthened by collaboration. And AGU has been leaning into partnership in order to get creative to get the results that we need. Example, when the National Climate Assessment was shut down and the 400 plus authors were dismissed, AGU connected with another professional society, the American Meteorological Society, to form a special climate collection across all of our journals to ensure that climate science had a home and that the science could continue. When the administration, thank you. When the administration pulled out of nominating authors to contribute to the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, we all know that, AGU hosted the U.S. Academic Alliance, a newly established network of U.S. academic institutions registered as observers with the IPCC to nominate experts for roles in IPCC reports. And I'm proud to report that under that initiative, members have nominated 284 authors, which has now surpassed all previous U.S. government nominations. Thank you. We're also working globally on a new data resilience project, a broad global initiative that addresses the governance and technical architecture needed for a more resilient global data network and one that can protect and save critical climate content from being erased or even manipulated. We stand at an inflection point. We have clearly arrived at a moment where we must fundamentally reimagine data organization and maintenance for long-term viability and growth. And creating also means advocating. And this is one of the examples where we're advocating that really hits home for me. AGU is an active co-plaintiff in a number of lawsuits to defend federal workers who were unjustly fired and whose unlawful dismissal has put climate science into serious jeopardy. Something that does not just impact the U.S., but the entire global community. And lastly, AGU is now actively mobilizing our members and partners around the President's FY27 budget. That budget request proposes cuts to federal science agencies in ways that should concern every person in this room. Awareness matters. I ask all of you this week to weave the budget issue into your conversations where you can. Congress must reject these cuts and continue investing in the agencies that make American science and American climate science especially the envy of the world. Last December, the amazing marine biologist and co-founder of the Urban Ocean Lab, Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, addressed our AGU annual meeting in New Orleans. She cut straight to the heart of the matter, and her comment was simple and powerful, and it's what I started with. We don't get to give up. This is your week, this is your chance, this is your time to consider new possibilities, to build new realities, to forge new relationships, to courageously connect and create a new world, the world we want and the world we need. We don't get to give up. Now let's get to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandon. Let's give it up for him one more time. So it's my distinct honor to introduce you to the DC Climate Week Rising Star Award. This award was given out in our inaugural year to a leader in the DC tech and innovation community. And the beauty of this award is that it highlights the possibility and the ideas that drive the greater DC Climate Week community. That together we can have innovation that far exceeds the local impact, but can ripple across the world and help others make better decisions and drive that. And so last year's awardee was Kieran, the CEO of Arcadia. And now the special thing about the Rising Star Award is that Kieran then had to nominate the next awardee, who he looked up to, who he was inspired by the actions that this innovator and technologist was working on. And so it is my distinct pleasure to give the Rising Star Award to Alfred Johnson, co-founder and CEO of Crux. Let's give it up for Alfred.
So I've watched the Oscars enough times to know that nobody wants to hear an acceptance speech. So I'm going to say two things. The first is thank you. Thank you to Seifer, Justin, the entire DC Climate Week team. It's amazing to see this become such a source of strength within our city. The second is I think it is an extraordinary time to get to build. So with Crux, what we're building is a capital platform that is built specifically for clean energy and manufacturing. And there is an extraordinary amount of development that needs to happen to meet our climate goals, to address the energy crisis. And we feel very privileged to get to build this company in this city with the strength and support of this community. So thank you again for having me. It is a true privilege to receive this. And I will close by saying, it is a special irony and unique full circle moment to be given this award or nominated for this award from Kiran Bhatraju. The first moment that I really articulated what Crux would be was at a beer garden with Kiran, where he was like, you need to stop and go build that company immediately. And he's such an extraordinary leader and such an extraordinary founder that when he said it, it carried real gravity. So I'm grateful to Kiran for that activation energy and grateful to all of you for having me. Thank you.
Exciting. Up next, we have Greg Kahn, Pulitzer finalist who spent 10 years photographing the Chesapeake rising 3 millimeters a year. A slow apocalypse, one frame at a time. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon. I want to begin with a number, 3 millimeters. 3 millimeters is roughly the thickness of a stack of 2 pennies. It's easy to overlook, but in many coastal places around the world, including the eastern shore of Maryland, 3 millimeters is the average amount that the sea level is rising each and every year. My project, titled 3 millimeters, began with that quiet, nearly invisible shift. I was drawn to a place where the change isn't happening at a dramatic way in which we're used to seeing in movies and shows when we discuss climate change. There's no collapsing ice shelves. There's no towering waves. These are small incremental changes. Water that reaches just a little farther inland each year. Land that sinks or dissolves almost imperceptibly. But over time, these tiny shifts accumulate into something profound. One of the places I've been working a lot is Crisfield, a small fishing town built literally on oyster shells. It's a place with a deep history tied to the water. The identity of the town, its economy, its traditions, its sense of self is inseparable from the Chesapeake Bay. But now that bay is reshaping it. Streets flood more frequently. Yards hold water longer. What used to be rare events are becoming part of daily life. And yet what struck me wasn't just the environmental change. It was how people are adapting to it, both physically and psychologically. Because when the land beneath you is slowly disappearing, what happens to your sense of place? That question sits at the center of this work. 3 millimeters is not just about documenting rising water. It's about how gradual environmental change transforms identity, how people renegotiate their relationship to home, to memory, and to the future. In making these photographs, I've tried to resist the spectacle that often defines climate imagery. Instead, I'm interested in subtlety, in images that require a second look. A high water mark on a wall, an Easter Mass outside where there used to be a forest, but now there's open water. A landscape that feels slightly off, even if you can't immediately say why. These images are of tension between stability and instability, permanence and loss. The pace of change is key here, because when change happens slowly, it doesn't always trigger immediate action. It becomes normalized. People adapt. They raise their homes, adjust their routines, recalibrate their expectations. Life continues even as the ground is shifting beneath it. And that normalization is both a survival strategy and a kind of quiet tragedy. What does it mean to inherit a place that may not exist in the same way for the next generation? How do you hold on to a sense of belonging when the physical reality of that place is in flux? These are not questions with clear answers, but they are questions that feel increasingly urgent, not just for coastal communities, but for all of us. Because the story of 3 millimeters is not isolated. It's a preview. It's a slow motion transformation that is already underway in countless places around the world. Through this work, I'm trying to create a visual language for that kind of change, one that reflects its subtlety, its persistence, and its deeply human impact. 3 millimeters on its own feels insignificant, but over time, it becomes everything. Thank you.
Beautiful. Now we have Nelson Switzer. He helped coin the word gigacorn, $1 billion valuation and 1 billion tons of carbon, or it doesn't count. Come on up.
When I was 12, I was given the task of planting flowers around my parents' house. It became an annual chore every spring. The first year, it was tough. Driving that shovel into the dirt, pulling it back, it was as though I could feel something tearing. It was heavy, it was dense, it was dark. But each year after that, it got easier. The shovel went in without a fight. The soil got lighter, drier, looser. It was easier to work. But every year, I noticed something else. The flowers themselves, they were less resilient, less brilliant. At 12, of course, I didn't know why, and now I do. What I was destroying was the very system that ensured that the plants could be healthy. And for more than 100 years, we have been doing that on a global scale. A few years ago, I came across a company working to restore exactly that system. not by adding more synthetic chemicals, but by rebuilding the biological network in the soil itself, helping farmers increase yield, reduce fertilizer, and grow crops resilient to the increasingly volatile weather that is the consequence of our changing climate. Think drought, flood, and fire. And they're doing it at a cost that makes it economical for every grower. Now, I didn't just study it, I invested in it. So that's what I do. I invest in companies like this. That company in particular is called Groundwork BioAg. That solution being deployed at scale, improving farm economics, actually also does one other incredibly important thing. It removes tens of millions of tons of carbon from the atmosphere durably every year. And once you see something like this, you realize this is not an exception, it's a pattern. And this pattern, this is the climate economy. Last year, the United States absorbed $115 billion in insured losses. That does not include the uninsured losses, which are a multiple greater. Entire towns erased, not damaged, gone. Farmers watching their topsoil, their most productive asset, wash off their fields in a single season. And in global energy markets, we're paying a growing global and security risk premium. Not for scarcity, this is about instability. This isn't weather, these are systems breaking, markets reacting. And in that very same year, the world invested $2.3 trillion in clean energy, double that of fossil fuels for the second year in a row. That is a market repricing itself. Some people don't see it yet, others pretend it isn't there, but it surrounds us all the same. Now, I first felt it as a young marine biology student. I thought it was the cool way of getting my undergraduate degree. It was 5:40 a.m., low tide, sun rising off the Atlantic. I was lying on the seaweed, salt on my lips, light breaking across the water, and I can still see that algae growing, glowing red, green, and blue. I remember thinking, forget medical school. Sorry, Mom. But this ancient ballet of chemistry, of biology, of energy is where I'm going to focus. That moment lit a fire that's carried me into the working world, where I began to swing from lever to lever. Because I am a father, because I am impatient, an impatient engineer, scientist, investor, and strategist, always searching for the biggest lever, the one that affects the greatest amount of change. For me, that lever was the capital markets. Not because they are perfect, but because they touch everything. And capital markets cause this problem, and capital markets can also be the solution. Because this is the climate economy. I spent my career in the capital markets at RBC, Centrica, PwC, and Nestle. Now my own venture fund called Climate Innovation Capital. Always hunting for the way to bend that capital towards the very systems of commerce, towards sustainability, environmental, social, and economic. In 2018, I was invited to speak at the Milken Institute. The topic, no surprise, climate investing. Afterwards, 3 members of the Turner family came to ask me a simple question. How do we invest in climate change? They listened, the grandson most intently, and after I finished, he said, "Oh, so you're hunting climate unicorns?" That got my mind working very quick. A unicorn, the definition was too narrow, $1 billion. If it's $1 billion, shouldn't the ambition for carbon be the same? 1 billion tons. A gigaton. And so I took the unicorn and the gigaton, and I built them together. Welcome, the gigacorn. Together, a gigacorn, a company that removes at least 1 billion tons of carbon from the economy while reaching an enterprise value in excess of $1 billion. Now, it wasn't just a word, it was a lens, an instrument of focus, because once you look through it, you can see clearly. 7 years later, I wrote a book, part manifesto, part investment thesis, part invitation. Compelling enough, it seems, that it's actually been optioned for a docuseries called The Gigacorn Hunter. Because what better story than one where the tension is real? The stakes are existential, and the outcome is grounded in reality that we can see, we can touch, and we can smell. A new generation of billion and multi-billion-dollar companies making life more affordable and hopeful, making the economy more resilient, making the environment something on which we can depend again. Now, here is the uncomfortable part. Climate change is not a religion. It is not a party platform. It is physics. Molecules do not care what you believe. And yet, for nearly 2 decades, capital has treated this as a matter of tribal identity rather than thermodynamics. Somewhere along the way, an economic inevitability acquired a political face. And the moment it had a political face, it had an enemy. I call this the Gore effect. Not to blame Al Gore. He wasn't wrong, he wasn't early, but he was visible. And that visibility gave the energy transition a political identity it never should have had. The sequence was predictable. Climate became a political marker, then ESG. ESG was used by marketers. Marketing brought hype. Hype brought bad capital allocation. And those capital failures suddenly became proof that this transition was impossible. Meanwhile, the physics advanced. Biology started replacing synthetic chemistry. Energy efficiency started beating new supply. Clean systems kept gaining ground year after year after year. The Gore effect didn't alter the destination. It altered who felt allowed to participate in the journey. And this is where we are now, the climate correction. Not a climate transition, not a climate movement, a climate correction. The repricing of a system that has been wrong for a very long time. This is the climate economy. Here's some proof. And it's what makes the climate correction so powerful and inevitable. If you're investing in AI, you are investing in electricity. If you're investing in electricity, you are standing in front of the largest infrastructure build-out since we first strung copper wires across this continent. If you care about energy, you are managing geopolitical risk. And if you're managing geopolitical risk, congratulations, you're a climate investor. US data centers will demand 76 gigawatts of power this year alone. That could triple by 2030. A level of load growth this country has never had to absorb this quickly. Some of it will come from natural gas, but here's the constraint. If you order a new gas turbine today, you're waiting 5 to 7 years to take possession. Solar, batteries, months, not years. So when time becomes the binding constraint, it's not a question of preference. It's a question of whether this can actually be built. And that's before you even get to cost. Since 2010, the cost of solar electricity, we all know this stat, it has fallen by more than 90%. Batteries, same thing. Utility scale solar is now the cheapest new electricity in nearly all parts of the world. You know, since 2017, there have been auctions for power where it was bid at just over 2 cents a kilowatt hour and lost. It lost to lower bids, all of it generated by solar. This is not ideology, it's not required, it's arithmetic. And while the West has been debating, China has been building. $800 billion in clean energy investment last year alone. That's over a third of its GDP growth in representation. It dominates global supply chains of the critical minerals needed for the climate economy. It dominates the manufacture and deployment of clean energy at scale, not because of virtue, because of positioning. And right now, we are handing our greatest strategic competitor the ultimate head start. Some say it's already been given up. Last July 4th, right here in Washington, the one big, beautiful bill gutted the IRA's clean energy tax credits, phased out solar and wind incentives, killed the EV credits, and in that same year, hyperscalers signed contracts for more than 40 gigawatts. The market has already voted. While politics is busy making noise, infrastructure, solar, is making people money. So when somebody stands at a podium and says renewables are a con job, what they really mean is they are terrified of being outcompeted. Because this is the climate economy. Decarbonization is not ESG, it's EBITDA. Cheaper operations, pricing power, a moat that competitors cannot easily cross. Microsoft signs 20-year power purchase agreements, and the cloud gets cheaper to run. Amazon invests in Rivian and then becomes its first customer. Corporations are both customer and creator. They don't just adopt the better technology, they pull it into existence. If pension funds in the US, Canada, Europe, and Japan shifted just 1% of their portfolio to climate tech, that's $520 billion of long-dated, patient capital. Enough to build entire supply chains from scratch. And capital like that plays a critical role. It scales what already works. It's deployment capital. But if we want those opportunities to keep showing up, if we want the next generation of geothermal, tidal, nuclear, long-duration storage, and beyond, we need more capital willing to take risk earlier in the stack. Capital that can underwrite technological and scaling risk, the same way wind and solar once required until it didn't. That's where the next generation of value will be created. So, here's my challenge to you. The climate economy doesn't come in neat gigaton slices. It's chaotic, it's layered. So while we must pursue gigacorns, those rare companies that can take a billion tons off the table, we also need megacorns taking millions of tons out. And millicorns taking thousands of tons. Smaller, vital players hiding in the corners of our economy. Every solution matters. Every reduction counts. But you need to hunt that which is aligned with your knowledge, your capital, and your network, and your risk appetite. Because this is the climate economy, and it needs hunters of all kinds. Today, the math tells us that we must remove 60 million tons of carbon from our economy by 2050. 60 gigatons that must come off the table if we are to preserve a livable, equitable, prosperous future. Now, my team at Climate Innovation Capital, based out of Toronto, believes we have already found and invested in the first 3. That leaves 57. 57 transformations waiting to be discovered, funded, and scaled. We can't hunt them alone, so I invite you to come hunt with us. Bring your networks, your imagination, and yes, your capital. The world needs every one of those 57 gigacorns. Now, this is the climate economy. If you're feeling outrage right now, good. But don't waste it on anger. The best response is success. Outbuild, outperform, outcompete. Those who deny the science, the economics, the physics, and reality itself. Let us be those others point to and say, that is who finds, funds, and grows gigacorns. So, let's hunt, let's build, let's succeed, and let's leave behind an economy worth inheriting. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. We have some new friends that have come. Come join us. Come sit. We're all friends here. Make some noise. It's fine. Make yourselves comfortable. So up next, we have a friend of mine, Zaylin. He went from scuffing his shoes in the fabric markets of Beijing to solving the hardest problems in fashion. Ravel figured out how to unscramble the egg at price parity with virgin plastic. He's a friend, and I'm just so excited to share the amazing work he's doing with all of you. Come on up, Zaylin.
Howdy, folks. I'm Zaylin, CEO and co-founder of Ravel, and we invented purification recycling for blended textile waste. Pumped to be here, thanks. This week is going to be exciting, already is. There's a lot still coming, inspiration, but we're not alone. There are people all over the world who are talking about climate right now, and there are also people all over the world, boots on the ground, working on climate day to day. We're all up against something very real. Simply put, the baseline we're working with is the system that got us to where we are today. The world we're surrounded by, the forces that be, wasn't designed for the changes that we're trying to face right now. So we're used to a linear economy. That's a take, make, waste system built on legacy systems, built for growth typically, not circularity necessarily. Beholden often to locked-in logic that tends to preserve what's already out there. This is very true for textiles too. We produce more and more clothes every year, cheaper and cheaper. We wear them less often, and they end up in the trash. Not because we don't care, though. We all care. You all donate your clothes. We all donate our clothes. But because the system wasn't designed to do much else. So someone should do something about that, right? When we started Ravel, we knew this was going to be hard. And when we looked around and we saw other people building cool things, and we saw some commonalities. They were grit. They were grinding it out. They were being very intentional about the innovations that they were aiming. And most notably, they were working with others to push back on existing assumptions. So we took this to heart. The textile waste problem is massive. And it's going to take something very big to move the needle. So, missing a slide. Purification recycling. We'll hang here for a sec. I spent almost 10 years running an apparel supply chain based out of Beijing. Made hundreds of thousands of clothing items that delighted customers. And they are definitely mostly all in landfills right now. And the reason is simple. It's just textiles and clothing isn't really made to be recycled, mostly because it's made from different blends of textile fibers. Commonly polyester, cotton, nylon, and elastane, spandex. Humans have gotten so good at making clothing amazing, functional, high performance, but unfortunately, at the end of its life, it typically, even when we donate it, ends up in landfill and often dumped on the global south. Until now. At Ravel, we invented a way better way to recycle. We have an entirely new proprietary process to take those blended fiber textiles and separate them back out to be made into pure, usable materials to make back into clothing again. So if we rewind a bit, what started in the fabric markets and the factory floors in China turned into a set of fundamental design principles for us, right from the beginning. We got to tackle the hardest problem first, blends. Where other recyclers are constrained by finicky or very specific feedstock requirements, we thrive. Second thing, we have to win on economics, as was just mentioned. The existing markets are real. This has to be a real business. It can't be a green premium play. It can't be dependent on subsidies. No friction, price parity. The third thing is we must be low impact and a light footprint. It's the right thing to do. Our LCA is pretty good. And we design for scale. If this is going to be a thing, it has to be a big thing because the problem's really big. So that's what we're doing. This isn't a theory. We have a team of textile operators and chemical engineers. We built a pilot plant in Seattle where we're already transforming waste into new materials for global brands and manufacturers and expanding our reach daily. The challenge isn't just tech, though. It's making it work inside the system that already exists. So today, when you're going to go make a piece of clothing, you start with the raw material, you make it into yarn, yarn goes to fabric, fabric is cut and sew into a garment. All of that goes to the trash. All of it goes to the landfill. Ravel is a fundamentally preferred pathway for all of that material. We take cost centers of waste, and we transform it profitably back up into raw materials to be made into clothing again. We're closing loops that were never really designed to be circular because of a technology innovation and the grit and the working together with others. We do it in a way that is actually adaptable to the industry, not just in a silo. This can't work in a silo. It has to be something, in order to scale, has to be something that doesn't just work on its own, which is why we designed our solution to work within the supply chain. So, in theory, we all, I hope, know what we have to do to tackle this climate challenge. We can picture the elegant climate future that we all want to see. Ravel is our way of bringing that theory into reality. We embrace the constraints we're facing, the powers that be, and we design and operate in a way that gets us our climate win within the system. We've got the vision, recycle it all. Now we're building the company, the partnerships, and the infrastructure that will make it work inside real supply chains with all of our clothing. This room matters. It's full of startups and investors and policy and corporates and capital. Individually, it can apply tons of pressure. Let's see if I can jump. Oh, there we go. Individually, we can apply tons of pressure in our own realms, but collectively and together, that's when we can actually make a shift in the system. So at Ravel, we're making circularity in textiles an inevitable future. Thanks to everyone who supported us and enabled us in this complex waste world to turn it into valuable raw materials. And if you're building, investing, or shaping this transition, I would be delighted to talk to you. Thank you.
Wow. I get moved every time I hear Zalen talk. So before we bring Brendan Mallory and Dave Turk up, I want to do something. Look around. Look around you. Look at everyone here. Every single person in this room is someone who means something. You're here because you're trying to change things. That's what I'm doing. I'm backing founders working in climate, trying to build the future that I want for my kids and making money for those that join me. But you can do the same. Do what you know how to do best. Put all of yourself into it. And I know that together we can build this bright future. So turn to someone next to you, someone you don't know. You have 30 seconds, and just introduce one thing that you're doing, something fun, impactful, and get to know them. Okay, go. Oh, thank you.
Dave, good to meet you.
Great to meet you in person.
Yeah, that's great. Very elegant. How are you doing, Brenda? Good, good. Yeah, this has been great.
I just love these.
All right, all right. All right, come back. That was quick, but there's too many amazing people in this room for sure. Let's quiet down, quiet down. Okay, remember that face. You're gonna see them this week a bunch of times. So I'm excited to welcome to the stage Dave Turk and Brenda Mallory, the number 2 at the Department of Energy and the chair of the White House Council on Environmental Quality, the dollars and the rules of the entire Biden climate agenda, back in the same room. I'm excited for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here, and just want to thank the organizers, to Justin, to Seifer, everyone who spent a lot of time for not only today but for the week. Just thank you for bringing us together. Brenda and I were just talking off volume, I guess, or off microphone, just how great it is to be with a group of folks, not only our speakers but everybody here, just really leaning in and trying to make progress each and every day. So it's cathartic, it's helpful, and I think it invigorates and empowers all of us to do the work that we need to do going forward. So thank you for everybody spending some time. Before I ask Brenda the first question, we're going to ask questions back and forth. There's no fireside up here, but this is a fireside chat with 2 old friends who've been working in this space for quite some time. I want to just ask a question. This is the federal policy panel. Can I see a raise of hands of who has worked in the federal government before or currently in the federal government? Look around, quite a few folks. Can we thank them for their public service, if that's okay? I know that doesn't happen as much in DC as it should happen these days in particular, but genuinely thank you for working on behalf of all of us to try to make the world, our country and the world, a better place. Can I then get a raise of hands, especially from some of maybe our younger colleagues, but it doesn't have to be younger colleagues, of who would consider working in the federal government in the future? All right, quite a few folks. I'm hoping by the end of this panel, Brenda, that's a lot more hands, because I think it's, frankly, for those of us who've served, it is an honor, and the federal government can do incredible things, including on climate change. And I don't think that's just a one for in the previous administration. We'll get into this as we focus on the way ahead in particular. And then lastly, a raise of hands of whether the federal government makes a difference on climate, pro or con. Let's see a raise of hands. All right, I think that's uniform all around. So let's start there and go back to more positive days from a federal government leaning in on climate policy. Brenda and I, as was mentioned, both served in the previous administration. Brenda, if we can go back to January 19th, 2025, what were you reflecting on from your 4 years? Brenda was the head of something called the Council on Environmental Quality. She was the chair and led and was a key person in the White House making sure that all of us were leaning in, not just on climate, but across the board on environmental policy. And it's just been such a great leader. She worked at EPA for many years as well and has had such an illustrious career pushing the envelope and making positive progress. So let's just reflect a little bit on the positive progress and what the federal government can do to accelerate climate progress.
Absolutely. So first of all, let me start off by also thanking you all for being here. I'm actually pretty excited to see how many people raise their hands to say that they believe that the federal government could have a positive role, because you could have different views at this point. And so I'm grateful for that positivity even under these circumstances. And also, I just want to thank the sponsors as well for understanding the importance of having a panel like this at this moment, because we have to be planning now for the ways in which we use the federal government levers in the future. And so I'm grateful for that, yeah. Thank you. So to Dave's question, I think the thing that by the end that I think many of us were reflecting on, and I certainly was just the way in which the president's vision about how all of these intersecting crises or circumstances fit together. And how important it was to not only think in terms of solving climate, but other issues in ways that helped other issues. And we heard today when Hillary was talking about the impacts of climate on the Chesapeake Bay and how some of the solutions for addressing climate are also solutions for addressing pollution. And that connection across the board, I think, was very important throughout the work that we were doing and throughout the administration. So, you know, when you were thinking about the need to help address climate change, you know, part of the solution was thinking about how do you help build communities and at the same time learn to protect communities, right? So you're building manufacturing in communities as a way to help jumpstart economic issues that people had been dealing with, as a way to address communities that had been underinvested in, but you were also doing that in ways to address the climate impacts that they were sort of experiencing at that time. So that interconnection and interrelationship between the various issues and how we had to make the climate problems opportunities that we were addressing, I think, was very much an important theme. And I think at that point, not knowing exactly what we were going to face, I think there was very much a sense of, okay, we're going to lose some ground. I don't think, and I'd really be curious as to what you think about this, I don't think that I was anticipating the level of just out-and-out sabotage that we would be experiencing now as compared to simply not having a focus. And so the extent of potential loss, I think, it has been greater than I might have imagined, but that's why it's so encouraging when I hear about the progress that is still continuing to be made, even under circumstances where quite, I think, quite intentional and significant efforts are being made to really undermine things, even when they don't make sense and they're not economic. So anyway, my thoughts.
Thanks, Brenda. So just to go through some of the numbers, which, you know, I remember the days we were going around the country spouting off all sorts of numbers about the progress that we've had, just to underscore that policy does make a difference and can matter dramatically. And it's not like the federal government and the Biden administration was the one out there doing things. What we were doing was enabling, putting an even bigger wind at the back of entrepreneurs, of companies to lean in and do more of what folks we've already heard from are doing. So we ended up, through the tax incentives, hundreds of billions of dollars of tax incentives, $100 billion of grants just in the Department of Energy alone, and that was just one of the departments out there, catalyzing, enabling, incenting almost 1,000 new and expanded clean energy manufacturing facilities all across the country. Now, some of those remain, some of those don't remain because a lot of those tax incentives, grants, and other kinds of things were pulled back on. If you want to just think of it in climate terms, we were about in 2024-ish, about a 20% reduction from the peak of our emissions overall, about 20% reduced. So we made some progress, not as much as we need to, not as much science tells us we need to avoid the worst consequences of climate change, but it made some progress. With just a slew of legislation, we ended up hiring about 1,500 people at the Department of Energy to implement all these programs. We went from a 20% trajectory to at least a 40% reduction trajectory by 2030, and probably more than that if we would have kept leaning in. That's just 4 years of policy, a couple pieces of big legislation. That's a huge, huge delta. Now, I think we've lost probably at least about 10% of that trajectory just from what has happened so far in this administration. But policy matters to the positive. It can matter in the other direction as well. Let's focus on the way ahead, and let's just try to be honest and also forward-looking on what we've learned. What we've learned, especially as we think about everyone in this room, ourselves, what we can do better going forward, because there is no alternative. We can't go all rock back and forth in the fetal position. We've all got to go at it, be smarter, go at it in partnership, go at it with a positive vision. But what can we do, Brenda? How do you think of the way ahead?
So I want to start by the quote that Brandon shared, which is, "We don't get to give up." I love that as a starting point. I think, you know, one of the things, it's always important, obviously, to be focused on kind of what are our lessons learned. I think one thing that we have to be mindful of is that some of our lessons learned are not going to be as relevant when we get to the point of the next time that there is an opportunity for a friendly administration to be in place. But, you know, someone has already said it today, we have to be at a place where our work is grounded in the science, right? So rebuilding and putting in place scientific institutions that are going to be able to sort of be the guide forward in terms of what matters and how we do that, I think is going to be really important for the next federal role. Figuring out how we actually are able to move quickly when we are at the start, given the gutting of the resources that's occurred at the federal level, I think is going to be really important, right? We saw how it slowed us down at the beginning of the Biden administration, not having people in place, but policy matters and having people who can implement policy matters as well. And I don't just mean the leaders, I mean the worker bees who actually on a day-to-day basis do the hard work to make things possible. So those are just two things that sort of come to mind for me.
Well, a couple things to me, and reflecting on what happened, I thought we were doing what we were doing had more durability to it. 70% or so of all the projects we did with grants, with loans, with tax incentives were going to red districts, so-called Republican districts all across the country, red states. But when push came to shove in the voting last year during reconciliation, that didn't matter as much as I thought it would in the political economy and how things traditionally work in DC. So to me, one thing we need to figure out is both how to build durability and how to depoliticize. I don't know how solar energy ever became a political thing. If you believe in a God and God provides a sun out there, even if you don't believe in a God and you have a sun, why not take advantage of that free energy that's falling on the earth? Now, I think there's some interesting dynamics happening right now. It's not just that solar's cheap. Solar will keep getting cheaper. Batteries are cheap. They will keep getting cheaper. There's also some new, really interesting technologies. One that I'm following is plug-in solar. So instead of just putting solar on your roof, you literally just plug it into an outlet. I think there are 3 states right now that have approved it for citizens. My hope is that every state would follow. And to me, that's a phenomenal advantage, a phenomenal way. Even if you just rent somewhere and you don't own the house, you can take advantage of solar. And to me, that kind of technology hopefully encourages everyone to be like, oh, this is just technology. If it works, it works. If it's cheap, it's cheap. If it's quick to power our data centers, let's power our data centers with solar and storage and just depoliticize. So curious, Brenda, if you've got any thoughts on how we can depoliticize. It was Nelson who talked about the Gore effect. We all need to own the problem and we all need to own the solution. It sounds simple. We're not too far from Capitol Hill here or the White House. How do we actually get to the point where we're just stepping up in the great traditions of America? We've got a problem, let's solve it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have an answer to that, but I do think it's on a more local basis than on a national basis. I think one of the things that really struck me when we were during the Biden administration is that when you found yourself in individual communities, you saw people, red and blue, different views and thoughts, actually working really together around specific problems because they cared about that lake or that resilience area. There was a way to kind of work through it. That is very hard at the national level, and somehow that's going to have to be key to it, that we're going to have to be able to get within communities that individuals are able to find a way over some of the national narrative to actually be focused on their what's important in their communities. But that idea of the courage to do it, that's the part that I feel like I don't know what the advice to that is, because I do feel like, as again, I think it was Brandon, but it might have been someone else, who made the point is that that's the silence that we are experiencing now on some of the worst things that are being done or said is a little shocking, and that's fear. That is the fear that people have of not wanting either themselves personally or their families to be harmed by people who are actually capable of targeting and harming. And it is in some ways the Minnesota effect that I think we all need a little bit of, like the reminder that working together and working collectively is always a way to actually build that strength and that courage to kind of keep going forward. And to me, that has to happen at the local level in order to be effective.
I think that's incredibly well put, and our social media bubbles that we all live in is just toxic. I think we all need to get out and, as one governor put it very eloquently, touch grass. We also need to deal with each other as real human beings, right? And to try to have honest conversations, neighbor to neighbor, try to bridge those divides, try to meet folks where they are. Certainly focusing at that community level, at that real person, IRL as my kids would say, right, in real life, I think makes a significant difference. I also think, I hope one of the things we're learning in the current political environment is the reaction against negative visions and scapegoating. And my hope is that a positive vision, one that brings people together, can be inspiring in the best traditions of our country. So I know we're out of time, Brenda, but if you want to say any last, that went quickly. If you want to say any last words of wisdom, including for folks beginning their career, on how we all can make a difference, and that's how we win or lose this. It's people stepping up, making careers, deciding whether you're in the business, tech, entrepreneur world, you want to get involved in policy, you want to be an organizer. It's literally just people stepping up and making a difference and bringing others along with them with that positive vision. But Brenda, last word.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that I'm spending a lot of time talking to younger people and younger professionals for that reason, because I think people just in some ways need to be reminded that you don't have to have a plan to save the world. I mean, in your own community, in your own corner, in your classroom, that there are ways in which you learn and develop that leadership to step forward and to just be willing to kind of put yourself out there to try to do something good for somebody, better someone other than yourself. A little bit of support for someone and for some action, I think, is worthwhile, and it all adds up. I believe that.
It snowballs, others come along, and we can win this. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Wow. We all got to step up. Step up. Thank you. Thank you. So now we're going to take a little break, and I challenge you to meet someone new and get to, stretch your legs, grab some iced tea, use the bathroom. We're going to come back here and start again at 3:20. So please be in your seats by then. And thank you for joining us today. Happy DC Climate Week. Woo! Hey guys, as we're coming back in, if we could all stand up and move a few seats to the middle. This is a little shorter of a session, and so it won't be too hard, I think, to sit through it, and it's going to be really exciting and fast-paced and high energy. So if we could just move a little bit in, because we keep having people coming in later, and then they're all standing in the back. Appreciate the support and help. Thank you. Hey, top half of the audience, we have a lot of people in the aisles, and people are going to come in a minute. So if you could just stand up and move a seat or two in to the middle, I really appreciate it. It'd mean a lot. Hey, everyone. What a fun day so far, huh? Woohoo! If we could just move in a little bit more, and I'm gonna wait for you to move in, and then I'll start. Please move it a seat or two in, or come down. Come join us. We're all family here. We're all friends. Welcome back. Before we start again, I kind of want to do one thing. I want all, 250 of us to really take one conscious breath together. So I want you to close your eyes if you want, or keep them open, but take a breath. Breathe in. Hold it. And breathe out. That was 300 people breathing together. You're in a room full of people who want what you want. Don't forget that. Roots, the first session, was the land, the science, and what winning at the Chesapeake Bay scale looks like. Canopy, this session, is the markets, the demand side, what the money is doing, what the incumbents are doing, what might be about to shift. Coming up here is Eric. He runs Canary Media, and he's the reason that so many of us know what is actually happening in the energy transition. And Canary is also live streaming. Hey, Reka. Okay, Eric, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin and Seifer, and all the organizers, volunteers, this beautiful room, and you beautiful people. Thank you. Let's get that face as far away as we possibly can. Oh, no, it's not working there. All right, I'm going to need some help. In the meantime, I'm the founder and executive director of Canary Media. We're a nonprofit media organization. Help me, please. And many of you read us. We cover, thank you. There's my face again. That's the one. That button, one in the middle? Yeah, okay. Also, I am from the West Coast, and I've betrayed my West Coast Climate Week brethren in San Francisco to be here, where the real action is. All right. I have 10 minutes to tell you what is happening with climate today, and the honest answer is a lot of great things and a lot of not so great things. And they're all happening simultaneously at a pace that would make your head spin if you let it. But the main point is that the grid is changing faster than politics. Okay, if you're from this industry, you kind of recognize what this is. This is the solar coaster. The solar industry, the storage industry, the wind industry is constantly going through bubbles, booms, busts, technological innovation, policy destruction, and the current state of climate is oil and gas absolutists are absolutely terrified. I know that there's somewhat of a mourning and a funereal aspect to some of the presentations, but we are winning. And it may not feel that way, but we are winning. This is from in Coney Island, which is my ancestral homeland. Here's a quote from Scott Fitzgerald. People keep saying F. Scott Fitzgerald. I don't know why they're so mean to Scott Fitzgerald. Anyway, the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. Congratulations, you're about to pass this test, and it's possibly against your will. So here's some whiplash-inducing contrasts. Missouri wants to pause all solar PV development. Ohio is banning new utility-scale solar. Fifth of US counties are restricting solar, and yet 80% of US solar manufacturing went to Republican districts. Trump voters want utility-scale solar. Kellyanne Conway had a poll recently. She's of the Bowling Green massacre, you might recall. And Republicans want solar. And 24 states are looking at permitless solar. You heard a little bit about balcony solar today. That's the freedom for you to buy a solar panel and plug it into your house and lower your utility bills. That's happening today as well. Bad Bunny, you might recall, made distribution and transmission planning sexy. And without its 1 gigawatt of rooftop solar, Puerto Rico would have blackouts every day. Yet the administration has canceled millions for solar projects on the island. The administration hates wind, and yet the Sun Via project in New Mexico is going full force ahead with 916 wind turbines, not windmills. If you're milling things, it's a windmill. All right. And as you know, offshore wind showed up big during the East Coast brutal cold, and the administration has been momentarily defeated on that. And in fact, on offshore wind capacity factor beat natural gas capacity factor. It's something like 52%. Yeah. All right, I have the right button. I don't have the right piece of paper. So this should calm your just like the breathing. It should calm your nervous system. Renewables and coal have crossed have intersected. We're doing more renewables than coal in the US, in the United Kingdom, in France, in Canada, Germany, and Italy. However, when it comes to coal, this is what we get. We get COLI and the Office of Surface Mining. This is because we're winning. This is why this is happening. Some of you might have seen this chart from Canary Media before. By the way, please sign up for the Canary Media newsletter, www.canarymedia.com. I'll wait. No? Okay. Anyway, here's wind and solar for the last 5 presidential administrations. I challenge you to find where the inflection point on Bush to Obama to whatever came after that, where are the inflection points on the administration's policy? You can't find them. It's the techno-economic situation does not read the news, doesn't care who the president is. And the build-out continues. We're going to be putting 92 gigawatts of new solar capacity by 2028, and natural gas turbines can't even get out of bed by 2028. You heard earlier, the lead time on natural gas turbines is 5 years. This is the only choice to be making. I'll go through this quickly, I'm running out of time. But there's another record in Texas where Texas provided more than 60% of Texans' power for over an hour on February 6th. These are records of every day they're beat. Every day they're beaten. Same thing is happening in California. Gas output is down, batteries are up 303% in 2026. Solar and batteries are replacing gas. The people who are complaining about solar not being able to exist on the grid are arguing with solar existing already reliably on the grid. I could go off on constant records like this, and I just want to spend a tiny bit of time on data centers. This is in billions, and you can see the hyperscalers in 2026 are estimated to put $700 billion into data centers. And you've probably seen the chart in terms of societal investment as a percentage of GDP, comparing this to the Louisiana Purchase, the highway system, World War II, and other. This ranks up there in terms of 2 or 3% of our GDP. It ranks up there with Louisiana Purchase, the highway system, the electrification of the United States. And all of this over the next 6 years is only going to be fueled by clean power. There's no way they can get natural gas to do this. So this all needs clean power. All right. I have to talk about some of the negative things on the one big beautiful bill. I only know one big beautiful bill, is number 23 on the Portland Trail Blazers. No? He stood in front of me at a couple of shows. Anybody? No? All right. Thank you. That's the only big beautiful bill I know is Bill Walton. If you kill a 30% tax credit on residential solar, you raise the price of residential solar by 30%, and there's no way that's not going to have an impact on what people build on their homes. There's going to be a dip in residential solar. People have been, and it also kills the loan world completely. And it takes us back to the 2010s. There's talk amongst residential installers about some aspect, changing the way a loan works, but we're still going to see a dip in residential solar. Commercial solar will survive. While there was news yesterday or a few days ago about a large solar installer, Freedom Solar, going bankrupt, just like in any other industry, innovation wins. And I've seen 5 or 6 other new solar installer companies come on in what is essentially a reset of the solar industry. 46 seconds. Again, they're fighting back because they're scared. Policy changes prolong the use of fossil fuels in the US, but despite everything, despite all of this pushback, solar and wind will grow from 19 to 55% of US electricity by 2040. It's not inevitable, but it's close to inevitable. And as you probably know, retail prices on your electric bill are going to jump. I'm from California, I pay 42 cents per kilowatt hour. Every one of your customers, every one of your relatives should know exactly what they pay for a kilowatt hour price, just like you know that you're paying, I'm in California, $5.79 per gallon. And so everybody's repeating what Brandon Jones at AGU said. We don't get to give up. The biggest impact the climate and clean energy leaders can make will come from local leaders who are committed to lowering their constituents' bills. From Virginia to Texas to Colorado to Hawaii, the clean energy economy is moving full speed ahead, and the White House can't slow this down. It can't stop it. Thanks.
Next up, we have Rich Powell. Washingtonian has named him one of the most influential people in energy 4 years in a row. The rare guy in this town who can work in a room on both sides of the aisle without flinching. I'm excited to welcome to the stage Rich.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to the organizers for having us here today. And how about we give them a round of applause? Because I feel like they've done just an amazing job putting this together with an incredible group of people here. Very impressed by how quickly DC is getting into its own with the proper climate week in only year two. So this is terrific. Let's get rid of that guy. Okay, here we go. So again, my name is Rich Powell. I'm the CEO of CEBA. We are the business association that represents the very large corporate buyers of clean electricity here in the United States and increasingly around the world. We have more than 300 members. Collectively, those members represent more than $38 trillion in market cap. A few of those members do more for the market cap number than others, but we have a wonderful, broad market cap. And collectively, we represent effectively all of the major sectors of the U.S. electricity consuming industry. So we have plenty of folks from the high-tech industry, and that's everybody who's running data centers to using other folks' data centers, to folks that are manufacturing the chips and even the metal racking in data centers. We have folks in very large retail establishments who have massive footprints all around the country. We've got advanced manufacturers of everything from automobiles to consumer electronics to aerospace and defense. We've got healthcare. We've got very large agricultural companies. If you consume a lot of American electricity, you're probably a member of CEBA. And everybody is united with the common mission to activate, to drive low-cost, reliable, carbon emissions-free electricity systems globally. So what do these corporate buyers do collectively? Well, the short story is they do a lot. CEBA is only a 7-year-old organization, and the practice of corporate clean energy buying really only started a little more than a decade ago, when it was just Google and General Motors and Walmart who had very large commitments to procure clean electricity. Fast forward to today, and collectively, as of the end of last year, our members have procured 130 gigawatts of clean electricity in the United States alone. Just for those of you that aren't grid scale nerds, and I know that we've got a lot of grid scale nerds in the room, we just heard from one. But for those of you that aren't, the entire grid in the United States is something like 1,200 gigawatts. And so 130 gigawatts is a really meaningful number. I'll show just how meaningful in a moment. But that's a lot. And the pace of new buying is accelerating. So we just had our largest year ever in 2025 of corporate clean energy procurement with 27 gigawatts. And actually, if you look, pulled from the headlines in just the last 2 weeks, S&P has now published their estimate of Q1 this year, Q1 2026, and Q1 was 17 gigawatts. So it's already putting 2026 on pace to be by far the largest year ever in corporate clean energy buying. Just a few other really interesting things I think to note are, first, so this is the contracted number. This is how much we've committed to buy over time. There's a little bit of a lag between how long it takes for something to be contracted and then how long it takes to be out on the grid. But collectively, this power is now up to 4% of U.S. power generation. So that would sort of make all of our members' demand about the 5th or 6th largest state in the U.S. right now. By the time all that's up and running on the grid, we'll be by far the largest state. So think like a Texas and a California put together. And interestingly, and I'll show you in a second, we've also started to have our largest number of a broader swath of clean energy technologies. So historically, this was folks buying a lot of wind, and then it became buying a lot of solar, and now increasingly it's starting to buy other technologies too. So we had our largest nuclear year ever in 2025, breaking 5 gigawatts of new nuclear. So you guessed it. It was Spain. So we're about now the size of the Spanish grid altogether. That's the U.S. procurement number. If you look globally, global corporate clean energy acquisition is now north of 250 gigawatts. And that starts to get into the scale of the Russian and German grids, which are the 5th and 6th largest grids in the world. So it won't be long before corporate clean energy demand is the scale of the Japanese grid and the Indian grid, the 3rd and 4th largest in the world. It'll take a little while for us to catch up to the entire US grid and the entire Chinese grid, but we'll get there. We'll get there over time. We'll get there over the time. And as I said, that mix has changed significantly over time. Probably the most interesting story to know in 2025 is the rise of clean, firm resources as part of the grid. So again, that blue bar at the top, that's wind. It's been very, very steady as a sort of a gigawatt or two share of our mix over time. Solar obviously grew explosively, particularly through the 2020s. And now the clean firm technology is coming on. And the interesting thing to know about the clean firm technologies is because they're running 24/7, 365, when you look at these numbers, not as capacity numbers, but as generation numbers, it actually shows that corporate clean energy demand has expanded enormously in the last few years because we buy it by generation, not by capacity. We buy megawatt hours, not megawatts. So where do we go from here? We're on a very strong growth curve. We strongly expect that 2026 will be the largest year of buying ever, probably across all of those different categories. And we do have some major hurdles in the way here in the United States to continue building at this pace and scale. We heard in the last talk from Eric about some of those hurdles, especially the subnational hurdles around the U.S., places that are putting up constraints to building particular kinds of clean energy around the U.S. We have to find ways to work through those constraints. And here in D.C., we do have a tremendous opportunity in front of us. As we stand here today, down just a few blocks away in Congress, a large legislative package is being negotiated. So between the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, there is conversation about a historic package to reform how this country does its permitting process for new energy infrastructure of all kinds, and to reform how we site very large-scale transmission going forward. So today, we cannot continue at that kind of pace and scale using the system that got us here to this point. If we're going to double again, for example, in building very large-scale new clean energy, we need to do at least 4 things as part of that legislative package. We need to reform the way we administer our nation's environmental laws. It can't be the case that some permits take 4, 5, sometimes 10 years to process a permit, especially in the age of AI, when the first drafts of a lot of these things can be done probably almost instantaneously, obviously requiring a lot of expert judgment after that. We have to reform the way we adjudicate these permits. So every one of these permits is then open to lawsuits. The vast majority of those lawsuits don't change the outcome of the permit. And so what we're effectively doing is drawing out the timeline for a lot of these projects, increasing the cost of capital without any significant change to the environmental outcomes from the permits that were issued by the federal government. We've got to change the adjudication. Third, we need to put all projects on a level playing field. Unfortunately, we've now seen multiple administrations, multiple successive administrations who have preferences for some kinds of technologies over other kinds of technologies. And we in this room have strong preferences for carbon emissions-free technologies. But when administrations can put their thumb on the scale for different kinds of permits, particularly when they can stop a project that has already received a permit and is currently under construction, that's not the way to run a railroad when you're trying to build hundreds of gigawatts of new capacity over just a couple of years. And so we need energy permitting certainty as part of this package. Last and very importantly, we need to find a way to build very large long-haul transmission lines. We need to knit our country's grids together into one much broader grid that at the very least connects the large supergrids around our country. There's huge reliability benefits from doing that. There's enormous cost benefits from doing that. And most importantly for the folks in this room, there's enormous upsides to deploying carbon emissions-free energy of all kinds. And so I'll just leave here by saying I hope you all will find a way to come out and find your voice in support of this very bipartisan package that's working its way through Congress, which we hope can be a massive win for the further deployment of clean energy, both all the stuff that we buy in the really large corporate community, that states around the country buy, that merchant developers buy, and that everybody is trying to get out onto the grids. I thank everybody in the room for being here and for all of your time and everything you're doing to advance clean energy and climate.
Up next, we have Neha Mishra, a board member of Intersectional Environmentalist, a physicist, the co-founder of Solar Sister, an eco-folk artist, a poet. Her name means love in Sanskrit, and she calls DC her solar-powered poetic borderline. Neha?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. May I invite you, if you're willing and able, Join me in taking 3 deep breaths together, okay? 1. 2. And 3. Enough. I am enough. You are enough. We are enough. This room is enough. Enough sunrise constellations pouring from enough windows. This life is enough. Enough has been given. Blue skies, tree sculptures, cloud dancers, firefly fireworks. Enough tenderness of strange knowns and unknown strangers. Enough has been received. Lavender aromas, cricket lullabies, moonlight laughter, lingering loves. Enough. But the earth is burning. But the earth is burning because it is never enough. The remembrance of forgotten songs in my bones, enough. This canvas size to play with, enough. This space to be a space traveler of a new imagination, enough. This poetry balm on old, old new, new old, new new wounds, enough. My needs enough. The aftertaste of hunger satisfied, enough. Time we had enough, time we have enough, the moments of releasing the invisible chains, enough. In this world of more is forever less. In this world of more is forever less. You are enough. The cloak of benevolent giving, over cruel taking, enough. Enough gaslighting that made breathing in your presence hard enough. Violence of your silence, enough. Enough is enough. Enough already. I have had enough. Enough said, enough heard. Enough lost, enough gained. What we lost again in that gain, enough. We have been alone together, together alone, enough. There is a dance of death. There is a dance of death all around us, enough. Enough. Let us finally live enough.
Wow, powerful. I'm excited to bring to the stage Matthew, someone I've known for a few years and has been a deep inspiration for everything I've done since I met him. One of the reasons that I launched Lichen Ventures, and I'm just so excited that you all get to hear some of the amazing work he's been doing.
Thank you, sir. How you doing, folks? Come on, give me a caffeinated hello. What I want to hear. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to confess that at our firm Azola Ventures, we are doing something that is, frankly, it's a little weird. So I want to explain to you the problem we're trying to solve, the way we're trying to solve it, and then the results that we're seeing so far. The problem we are trying to solve is that the mainstream financing system is just not set up to fund the deep technology breakthroughs that we need to solve climate change. Whether it's in fashion, like a few years ago, or out of fashion, like, say, now, climate change is an existential threat, and it's not going away. We can do everything in our power to create energy abundance that will lift the struggling out of poverty. But if we do that without addressing the climate change that forces migration and reduces crop yields and foments great power conflict, we will win the battle and lose the war. Funding more solar and wind is great, but the IEA estimates that 35% of required emissions reductions have to come from new technologies. and generally ones of the deep tech variety, the kind that can power data centers or impact basic industries like steel and cement. Mainstream venture capital is not aligned to finance these things. Nearly all venture capital funds are 10-year vehicles that need to show markups in their investments in 2 or 3 years. Industrial adoption cycles are just longer than that. Nearly all VC funds measure success on a single metric of financial return. That's good, but it ignores the positive and negative externalities of emissions reduction and environmental harm that also maybe ought to be accounted for. And while fund managers might say nice things about all this stuff to raise money during sunny times, if the only thing they're compensated on is money out over money in, isn't it inevitable that even the most good-hearted and well-intentioned people kind of regress to the mean? I should know. I learned venture capital in the mainstream VC world at a top-tier firm. I experienced success. The breakout investment I made with 2 colleagues was in the smart thermostat company Nest, which Google acquired 16 months later for a cool $3.2 billion. I worked hard on a portfolio company, then called Ativa, that grew up to become Lucid Motors, a leader at the high end of luxury electric vehicles. Its market cap this morning is about $3 billion. I came on board with visions of funding breakthroughs, like nuclear fusion and electrofuels, and then I got incredibly frustrated because I came to every Monday morning partner meeting and just kept throwing up bricks. It's okay to laugh. I actually knew that I had to leave at one particular Monday morning partner meeting. I was in New York for this one at 45th and 5th, where the leadership declined to invest in a new deep tech company, but decided we had to preempt the entire Series A round of a different startup because it was exactly where venture capital was going. You know what that startup did? It was an app targeted at sorority members at party colleges to rate guys on dimensions including their anatomy. I was like George Costanza in that Seinfeld episode, like, I am out. There's nothing for me here. The beautiful thing is that in our firm, we had the opportunity to start with a blank sheet of paper and do something different. Let me tell you what we came up with. We set up an investment model custom built to solve this problem of funding tech breakthroughs for climate change. We've invested out of 2 funds so far, one in 2018 at $50 million, one in 2021 at $240 million. We're working on our 3rd, and in each case, our fund lives have been for 15 years, not 10, with extensions as needed on top of that. Sufficient time, we hope, to be a little bit more patient about how long it takes for companies to prove their value. We set 3 investment standards that require us to focus only on startups that could truly move the needle. The first is that we only invest in solution areas that are capable of gigaton scale climate impact in a human relevant time frame, like 2050 to 60. The second is a catalytic investing style. So we only make initial investments if a company's financing round is unlikely to occur unless we lead it or complete it. This requires us to seek out neglected opportunities, startups that are below the radar, or super early stage, or in most cases just kind of way ahead of the curve. And the third standard is that the company needs to be, a good investment in the long term. An important element is that we don't assess the first 2 standards ourselves. A neutral third party does it to keep us honest. We try to align this in a couple of ways. We underwrite all of our investments to climate impact, and we map out the leading indicator milestones that would have to be reached for companies to cross that finish line way in advance. Then in our reporting to the investors who give us the money to do all this, we report out on the impact stuff and the financial stuff side by side every 6 months, interwoven. It helps us develop a shared definition of success that incorporates both impact and financial return. And then finally, we put our money where our mouth is. Like nearly all venture funds, ours have a concept of carried interest, where the manager, that would be me and my colleagues like Jillian Chase out here, we can share in the profit from successful investments. But crucially, for us, half of this incentive depends on financial return. The other half depends on the actions of the manager to drive impact, again, as determined by a neutral third party. If our job is to co-optimize for financial return and moving the needle on climate, If we invest in a company that does the first, and we're somehow asleep at the wheel on the second, we'd only do half the job. We'd only deserve half the reward. Maybe that sounds strange to you. Might sound logical. Either way, it's uncommon. A few other venture funds in our category started with time frames longer than 10 years, but some notable ones have regressed to the mean of that decade term in new funds. When we turn to our lawyers and asked them for their best practices on how to couple impact and carried interest, they told us they didn't have any examples to share. Because while many managers approached them wanting to do this, nearly all of them ended up backing out of it because it was too hard to measure. Well, we've been doing this for 8 years, across 2 funds. We're giving it our best shot. We see early signs that the model's working. It's going to take a long time to know if it really works. Technology adoption in industrial categories takes decades, not years. So in the interim, we can only measure companies' success as a function of their commercial progress and of the capital that they're able to raise at higher valuations, which implies the market's judgment about eventual success. In our first fund, there were 16 companies, 3 are dead, several others are on a trajectory for modest outcomes, but 5 of them, a third of the fund, have the potential to be true category leaders, and perhaps with some irony, ones that were verifiably unsupported by capital markets in their earliest stages. I'll give an example. In 2021, we funded a startup called Zanskar in the field of geothermal power, renewable electricity from hot water underground, where investment in the field at the time was approximately $0. In this country, geothermal had been a dead category for years. It was thought that all of the resources near the Earth's surface had been developed, so you either had to drill very deep underground or somehow fracture the rock to make new ones. The founders thought this was simply wrong. They thought there was plenty of geothermal out there, we just couldn't see it. And they proposed to use new data sources and machine learning, today we call that AI, to find so-called blind geothermal resources hiding in plain sight. No one was interested in funding this company's first round. We did, where my partner Johanna Wolfson worked closely with the founders to make the company financeable. And they demonstrated their thesis in dramatic fashion 4 years later in a site at New Mexico that you see here called Lightning Dock, a 15-megawatt geothermal power plant that was scheduled for retirement and demolition because it was operating at half of its capacity. Zanskar bought the plant. Then using software alone, they calculated that if you drilled a new hole less than a quarter mile away with no exploratory drilling and connected it, you could fully repower the facility. They did this, and it worked. And they inherited a $150 million power purchase agreement for a total development cost of a little over $4 million. They then did this a second time, showing it wasn't a fluke, and then a third. And then in December, they raised a $115 million Series C financing round at an eye-popping valuation that will enable them to begin delivering power at scale, ever more important in our data center age. In 2017, we developed a thesis that the energy transition is a materials transition. We'd need more copper, more lithium, more rare earths. We've made 5 investments in that category. There's another on the way. But our first is Lilac Solutions, which has become the world leader in direct lithium extraction. If you haven't looked at this field, most of the world's lithium comes from brines, where the good Lord saw fit to put water underground containing high concentrations of lithium north of 500 parts per million. These are largely in South America. You pump it up into lakes, you let the sun dry it out for a few years, wait until it looks like a goop, and you separate the lithium gravimetrically, and it's not great for 3 reasons. The first is that there's a long time frame. You gotta wait on the sun to dry the lake, which implies a poor rate of financial return. Secondly, the water needs are so astronomical that they can drop the water table. But worst, it leaves behind big hills of salt waste. And what might happen to that? Well, when it rains, those salts might go down the hill. And if you're an indigenous farmer in the valley, your crop yields may be dropping every year because a multinational corporation at the top of the mountain literally salted your fields. Lilac introduced a new approach based on a technology called ion exchange. You pump the water out, you send it through a system that extracts the lithium and only the lithium, and you put the water right back where it came from. It's a massively lower footprint, 1% of the time, the water requirement, the waste. When we led Lilac's seed round in 2018, the company's category was so neglected, it was at risk of missing payroll if it didn't get our check. And for a couple of years, the board was just the founders and yours truly. Today, Lilac has constructed a first-of-its-kind demonstration at the Great Salt Lake in Utah, previously thought to be unrecoverable because it contains only 50 million parts per million of lithium, 10 times lower than the norm. Yet Lilac's technology works there, and it works without subsidy or price support. They are now on the cusp of commencing a full-scale production facility that would be a flagship sovereign source of born-in-America lithium. There are other examples. Noon Energy has been on the receiving end of exceptional interest from hyperscalers for its long-duration energy storage batteries based on a new carbon-air chemistry. Charm Industrial has become the world leader in permanent carbon removal, with more than $150 million in cumulative bookings from buyers that range from JP Morgan to Boeing. Avalanche Energy has pioneered the field of compact nuclear fusion, while taking $0 from the Department of Energy, but striking multiple partnerships with the Department of Defense. And I suspect you will be hearing a lot more about them very soon. What all these companies have in common is that they were not investable by mainstream venture capital at their inception. This is why I'm increasingly convinced that our category of catalytic investing, combining charitable and market rate capital to do things together that neither one can do alone, will deliver results, and we would love to collaborate with you. Thank you, everybody. Have a great Climate Week.
Up next, we have Faith Davis. She runs Exelon's climate change investing program and investing in so many groundbreaking companies. And I'm excited to welcome her to the stage. Faith?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith Davis, and I lead the Climate Change Investment Initiative. We're so excited to be a part of DC Climate Week for the second year. I'll tell you a little bit about us before we introduce the next speakers. So you might ask the question, what is 2C2I? So 2C2I is funded by Exelon Foundation, started in 2019, and we've invested in more than 30 companies. We make equity investments in early stage climate startups. As you'll see here, this is us here from DC Climate Week last year, and one part of the thing that we do is we like to share innovations with our employees, with the communities that we operate in, and beyond. So one of the things that we do is we like to do pilots to deploy the technologies that we invest in so that we're able to actually create some of the impact and climate change that we're always talking about. So with that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about a few investments that we've done last year that we're really excited about. And it's always hard for me to pick a few to talk about because, as I mentioned, we have a dynamic portfolio full of climate tech startups. And when people think about Exelon, an investor-owned utility, we tend to always focus on the energy and electrification. But we think about this from the perspective of the cities that we operate in and what would help them reach their sustainability goals. So we've done things in waste and water and transportation, the built environment. I'll quickly highlight salient predictions. They're a company that uses novel sensors to do long-range weather forecasting, which has benchmarked against NOAA and other models to be more accurate, allowing people to make decisions that help them plan and improve infrastructure decisions based on weather. So we're excited to share that they are doing a pilot with BGE, which is Baltimore Gas and Electric's, gas supply to help them make better decisions about procurement, about storage of gas, to overall make that process more affordable for all. I couldn't be in a room with all these great and dynamic innovators without talking about looking for startups. So as I mentioned, we operate 6 transmission and delivery utilities along the East Coast in Chicago, and DC and Maryland is one of them. So we always are excited to have companies to invest in that come from this specific community. So we're looking for companies that are scalable, venture investable, but also companies that create impact from a climate and societal perspective. So you can see the areas that we look for here. And we're going to be opening applications again in May. So if you see this website here, you can get more information about us and also be able to see what we're up to. So I'll encourage any innovators out there that are pre-seed to Series B to go ahead and apply. So now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the next speakers who are coming up here. So they're going to be producing the Keeling Curve Prize. The 2026 finalist announcement is going to happen live here today. Innovative financial support for climate innovators is critical to advance innovative climate solutions that aim to bend the Keeling curve, which is a graph that represents the concentration of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere over time, and we need to move it downward with innovative technologies. So right now, coming to the stage, I'll introduce Jacqueline Francis, the founder and executive director for the Climate Curve Keeling Prize, along with Justin Warland, the senior climate correspondent from Time Magazine. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So get excited. This is the 2026 Keeling Curve Prize finalist announcement. Finalists do not know who they are yet. So this is a really exciting moment for me and hopefully for you too. Hopefully some of you innovators and educators and climate heroes are gonna apply for this award in the future because we'd love to hear about what you're doing. Anyway, I'm Jackie Francis and welcome to DC Climate Week. It's an honor to be here among all of you dedicated individuals committed to addressing the urgent issue of restoring harmony in nature and on our planet. At the heart of Climate Curve's efforts lies the Keeling Curve Prize. This is a prestigious award that grants $50,000 each to 10 companies and organizations every year that are taking scientific strides to reduce, remove, and replace greenhouse gases. Let's see. Yes. We know there's no singular solution to climate change, but the technologies and approaches needed to build a livable future exist. And the Keeling Curve Prize is the mechanism through which Climate Curve identifies some of the world's most influential climate solutions and provides them with a launching pad towards growing and scaling. We believe in catalyzing impact across solutions that are already showing greenhouse gas emissions impact and providing bridging finance that will get as many of these initiatives as possible to their next key milestone. I think I want to move on, but let me see. Since the Keeling Curve Prize was founded in 2018, we've given out $2.75 million US, and the Keeling Curve Prize laureates, fueled by this bridge financing, have gone on to collectively raise $2.87 billion US after receiving our prize. This prize gives hope to a lot of people doing amazing work across the world. We've had 160 laureates and finalists since 2018, and 98 countries are represented in this year's application pool alone. We've had a lot of people that are essential to flowing this funding down to exciting solutions every year. One of these leaders, who is with me today, is Time Magazine's senior correspondent and Keeling Curve Prize judge, Justin Worland. Come join me out here, Justin. As a journalist, Justin thinks and writes about energy and climate change every day. For more than a decade, Justin's reporting has put him at the center of the biggest energy and climate stories in the world. He was named the inaugural Climate Journalist of the Year by Covering Climate Now in 2022. He's also the founder of the newly launched Future Proof, Time's newsletter and platform for navigating the energy and climate economy. If you're not already subscribed, you should be. Go ahead, do that right now. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good to be here. Thank you, Jackie.
So Justin, to start us off, from the lens of a storyteller, if Keeling Curve Prize had a clickbait headline, what would it be?
Great question. Well, I always think of a good clickable headline should be short and to the point. It should give readers a sense of what the story is about without giving too much away. And so the one that I came up with for the Keeling Curve Prize is these ideas could actually fix climate change, meet the prize, funding them. And with that, I'm excited to just jump into some of the finalists for the first category, which is energy. Obviously, energy has been in the news a bunch this year. We've seen just how vulnerable our energy systems are and how vulnerable they can be. This has been a big focus of my writing, trying to assess whether this moment of vulnerability is going to lead people to pull back and sort of retrench in our old energy system, or whether this is an opportunity for visionary new thinking. It's exciting that the finalists we have in the energy category are all visionary and really leading the way with big bets to get us to a more efficient, sustainable future. So without further ado, the finalists are Barefoot College International, which works globally to train women in remote communities, many of them without formal education, to become solar engineers and bring clean electricity to their villages. Flint Paper Battery is developing a new type of rechargeable battery made from safe, widely available materials like cellulose, zinc, and manganese, instead of mined minerals like lithium and cobalt. KB Coles is an Indian biotech company working to make clothing production more climate friendly by replacing traditional petroleum-derived chemicals with natural pigments. And then SEED, the Sustainable Environment and Ecological Development Society, which works to bring reliable, clean energy to remote, climate vulnerable island communities through its Lighting Lives initiative.
Okay, go ahead and clap for those four. Fantastic. So our next category is carbon sinks. The category of carbon sinks includes projects accelerating carbon capture through nature-based and engineered solutions. This category is near and dear to my heart because not only do we need to put the emergency brake on emissions and fast, but we also need to bring down the carbon that's in the atmosphere and in the oceans. And these solutions, they work to do just that. The finalists in the carbon sinks category are, sorry, I got a lot in my hands. AirBuild makes self-powered systems that use microalgae to clean polluted water while also capturing carbon from the air. And I believe these guys are located in Utah. The Indian Land Tenure Foundation supports indigenous and tribal nations in the US and Canada by helping communities improve forest and ecosystem health, keeping the process in tribal control. The Inga Foundation helps local farmers in Honduras restore severely degraded land in the tropics using native Inga trees to rebuild soil fertility quickly. Juno makes building interior walls faster, cheaper, and more sustainable through modular wall systems that can be quickly installed, taken apart, and reused. Congratulate those.
Last week, I wrote a column about tipping points and the way that finance is thinking about it. And I wrote, at the end of the world, your assets are irrelevant, which of course is true, but there's also a long road between where we are now and the end of the world. And finance is starting to grapple with some of those risks. So in this category, I'll be announcing the finance category. We have some finalists who are grappling with how we break down the old assumptions and the barriers in the financing space to accelerate climate action. And the finalists are the Delta Institute, which is working across the US Midwest to make soil health and carbon a standard part of how farmland is valued. We have the Global Health Reduction Initiative, which is a new measurement method to better track superpollutants, helping prioritize the most effective solutions to cut heat trapping pollutions and deliver faster climate, community, and ecosystem benefits. And then the Tech Ascend Foundation, which helps lower carbon water management technologies move from testing into real-world use. And finally, the Expand Foundation, which runs a community-led and small farmholder co-designed carbon program that promotes intergenerational community benefits through restoring forests and planting trees. Round of applause for the finance finalists.
The fourth category is transport and mobility. So I have actually e-biked from Colorado up into Sun Valley, Utah, from my home. So as somebody who has e-biked across multiple states in the US, I have a visceral connection to this particular category. Once you get your hands on some electric mobility, it's hard to think of ever going back to the past, especially now with these terrible gas prices. These finalists are doing the hard work of moving us into the future on transport and mobility. And the finalists for the transport and mobility category are: Along Route Data helps ships travel more efficiently and safely by providing highly accurate real-time weather forecasts for the ocean. LanzaJet cuts aviation emissions by producing the first commercially proven non-oil-based sustainable jet fuel capable of a global scale, unlocking greater feedstock availability through diverse renewables and circular carbon sources. LinQ Energy tackles two big challenges in East Africa: unreliable electricity that disrupts electric motorcycle charging and the growing pile of used EV batteries. And Sesame Solar builds mobile solar-powered systems that can produce and store hydrogen fuel on-site globally where off-grid systems are needed and necessary.
Woo. So I don't know if I'm allowed to say this as a judge, but I think the next category is my favorite. And the reason why is because we so often focus on technical solutions, and we really need the cultural and sort of social mobilization that comes along with it. And so in this category, social and cultural pathways, we really get at some of the ways that we move that lever. And so the finalists are, oh, sorry, we got distracted. The finalists are Asia Initiatives, which originates climate action projects through a dialogue process where rural farm communities design menus of action that generate social capital credits. The FarmLink project embeds food recovery as a normalized and fundable national system, connecting farms to communities facing hunger across North America to reduce food waste emissions. Pollen Patrollers addresses the role pollination plays in climate action and land use emissions by working with farmers in Africa to make pollination measurable, manageable, and scalable. And then The Week, a climate conversation program across Europe and the US designed to help everyday people better understand and talk about climate change in simple and human ways. So a round of applause for those.
So here they are, the 2026 Keeling Curve Prize finalists. Wow, what a great group of organizations. There are 20 finalists, and we will have 10 winners of the Keeling Curve Prize that we will be announcing on July 1st at an event in Aspen, Colorado. So stay tuned. Follow us on social media. Keep track of what these organizations are doing and what we're up to. And apply for our future prizes. One of them is a methane-specific food prize. So if you're in that space, make sure you apply for that one as well. I think I'm one slide off. Okay, thank you, Justin, for everything you and the other judges have done to make this prize so successful over the years. And thank you, DC, for hosting us here tonight. And I have a homework assignment for all of you. Go out and get 10, 20, 100 people to join into the climate movement and realize that this is a fun place to be. It's not a bummer place to be. You guys need to go out there and activate everybody you know to actually get involved in our climate future.
We somehow skipped over the part where I thank Jackie for all of the enthusiasm that she brings. It's so great to have your energy and enthusiasm spotlighting these solutions. So thank you to Jackie, too.
Wow. The Keeling Curve Prize finalists announced live on stage at DC Climate Week. Amazing. Up next, we have Chef Spike. He cooked for the Obamas, chairs DC's Food Policy Council, and founded Just Iced Tea in record time. Excited to have him share with you. Chef Spike.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Thank you for having me. I guess we could start in a couple of different places. First of all, I'm grateful to be here today and happy to participate. I did think this was a panel, just to be completely honest with you. So now that it's not a panel, I guess what I could talk about is a little bit of my entrepreneurship and some of the businesses I'm involved with, and then I'm happy to open up for a Q&A if that sounds good to you guys. What do we think? Great. Well, I have been a champion of food policy for quite some time. I had opened my businesses here on Capitol Hill in DC in 2008 when the Obama administration had first taken over the White House. And, I often refer to it as the Renaissance period of DC because we had so much young entrepreneurs coming to make their mark in DC, open up their restaurants. And I felt so valued here and so supported that at that point, when I first came on the scene, I wasn't really involved in food policy. I didn't really think too much about climate change or how to meld that into my own entrepreneurship and businesses. I was just running a burger shop, a pizza joint, and a taqueria and bistro. So maybe Good Stuff Eatery or We the Pizza, some of our local businesses, yeah. And so, but it did, at some point I was feeling so grateful that I want to give back to the community and I want to get involved in a lot more than just my restaurants. And I had traveled to do a boot camp with the James Beard Foundation. And the boot camp was about a 4-day boot camp, and it was really about training chefs how to realize that they actually have a voice and could push policy and make a difference. And so at this boot camp, I had realized that, hey, I'm at the center of the food system, right? And if there's anyone to be trusted at the center of the food system, it's definitely chefs, right? If you think about it, we deal with the farmers, we order food, we receive food, we store food, we cook food, and then we cook you the food on the table, and we're part of the entire ecosystem of food, and so why not use our voice to leverage to push policy? And so I'd gotten really inspired at the James Beard Foundation, and I came back with the willingness to get much more involved and understand our food system a little bit more holistically. And so, one of the first things I did is I had realized that, listen, I'm on Capitol Hill. I have, the mayor's coming for brunch because she loves my creme brulee French toast. I have senators and congressmen visiting, my establishments because they love my food. And these are really key opportunities to kind of strike up a conversation and, kind of do a little digging. So along the way, I had started working with the mayor's office. We had a food policy council here in DC. It was the very first food policy council. It was a piece of legislation that was written by Mary Che, and it encompassed food deserts, sustainability, urban farming, and small businesses. And at the time, we had a lot of food policy stakeholders in DC that were doing great things, but a lot of the stakeholders were doing the same things, right? And they weren't really communicating or talking to each other. So this food policy council, the first ever in DC, the mayor entrusted me with being chairman of the food policy council, which I often joke I went from interviewing dishwashers and saute positions to Harvard grads for the council, and it was a kind of a weird spot for me for a while. But my job was basically to empower about 12 stakeholders to be part of the council that worked with the government as well as the community. And for the first time ever in a piece of legislation that Council Member Mary Che had written, we had a triangulation of communications between all the stakeholders for food policy. So that was my first iteration into it. I then went on to understand a little bit about food aid, and I worked with CARE as an advocate to go teach smallhold farmers about their supply chain and its effects on the climate. And I started just digging a little bit more. And as you guys know, that policy works quite slowly at times. I mean, it's great work. It's work that I really enjoyed doing, but far too often it takes a lot of time to get, any good work out of it. And so, I started thinking about how can I make a difference using my talent as a chef and my entrepreneurship and really start to think about climate change and how it affects my actual business. And I had met Seth Goldman on a panel at GW. We were talking food policy, and Seth Goldman, anybody know Seth from Honest Tea days? Right, you guys Honest Tea fans back in the day? Woo! Well, we brought it back with Just Iced Tea, but I'll get there in a second. And so I met Seth, and he's a big advocate for climate change, and he had introduced me to Beyond Meat Burgers. And at the time, I had Good Stuff Eatery. I was slinging meat burgers, and loving life. We have a great concept. We do great food. But, my wife, who happens to be vegan, was always, kind of elbowing me. She's like, when are you going to come up with a plant-based concept, that does burgers? And so there I was sitting, and Seth had given me Beyond Meat Burgers. And for those who don't know, the Beyond Meat Burgers is 98% less land, 93% less water compared to, meat burgers, and has a really great it's just a really great product. So when I first tested it, it kind of blew my mind on how it actually reacted and how it actually cooked, because up until then there weren't really great burgers that I could put on a menu and be super proud of. So I called Seth and I said, listen, why don't we open the first ever fast food restaurant that's indulgent, delicious, but just happens to be 100% plant-based. I was like, do you think anybody would be interested in that? Oh, cut. Am I wrapping up already? All right. Any questions? That was quick. All right. First of all, I thought it was a seated panel, and now they cut my mic. Well, let me just get a few more minutes, okay, while I'm here, because I do want to answer any questions you guys have, but I also want to shine light on Just Iced Tea, which is, Seth introduced me to Plant Burgers. We opened up Plant Burger. We have 13 locations. It's 100% vegan, 100% plant-based. It's a better for you and better for the planet restaurant concept, something I'm really proud of and something that's really difficult to do in this day and age. All the while, after meeting Seth, I pulled him into the restaurant business. He pulled me into the CPG business. And, he had gotten a phone call from Coke discontinuing this beloved brand that was sustainable, organic, and fair trade. And so Coke basically left all these stakeholders and farmers with no notifications. They just let them to die. And so Seth and I picked up where Honest Tea left off. We came up with a new brand called Just Iced Tea. It stands for justice, right? And it's kind of like us getting back in the game. And we have countless amount of emails from our suppliers just thanking us for being back in the business because, again, we're using a very water efficient plant, which is tea. It's a very sustainable plant, and we're creating a business out of it, and we're also doing good all the while. Thank you, guys. I'm happy to answer a few questions if you have any. I usually take up more of my time anyway, so. All good?
Thank you.
We'll mic drop it. All right, perfect.
Amazing. Sorry about that. Sorry about the confusion. Anyway, that was fun. I mean, I've been vegetarian for a lot of my life, so it's amazing that we're getting way more of those solutions out there, and I appreciate it. Up next, we have a friend of mine, Neil Kemkar. He's been a policymaker, a venture investor, a corporate clean energy leader, and I'm honored to have him on my personal advisory board. And now in his new role as the Chief Network Officer at Ceres, he's convening all of those amazing people that he's worked with and bringing them together to catalyze the change that we need. Neil?
Good afternoon, DC Climate Week. How are you? Good. Well, thank you, Justin, Seifer, the whole DC Climate Week team for making this a reality and for bringing this community and this group together. What a joy to be here. I am Neil Kemkar. I'm the Chief Network Officer of Ceres. We work to advance responsible business practices. There it is. To advance responsible business practices and accelerate the transition to a cleaner, more resilient economy. This shows you our theory of change working across different sectors at the systems level. And through our networks and our initiatives, we support many of the largest institutional investors and Fortune 500 companies as they manage business financial issues related to climate change, water pollution, and biodiversity loss. And I'm here to share really a single message with you today in the short time that we have, which is those businesses are sustaining momentum on climate action. Now, to be clear, they see the headwinds, particularly here in the US. We have an administration, as everyone here in this room knows, that has attempted to slow the momentum on renewables, electric transportation, and other sort of core climate themes. But on top of that, as folks may not be as aware here, they've also tried to ban investors and companies from considering financial sustainability issues in decision-making. And they're now trying to dismantle the shareholder proposal process that investors and companies have long used to communicate directly on financial business issues, yes, including, of course, climate and sustainability. And yet one theme is clear, that amidst all those headwinds, businesses have not slowed down. They know these risks are real and material, and they continue to act on them. They recognize the enormous benefits that there are to acting on them because there are risks. They see what we all see. 2025 was one of the warmest years on record. The US suffered from wildfires and other weather disasters that cost $115 billion in damages. 2026 is already shaping up to be another banner year, with first quarter showing extreme weather conditions out west that could lead to droughts and wildfires. And those of us who live and work here in DC already know what the share of extreme weather that we've had here. Heat waves, snowstorms, a tornado last month, and so much more. With that as backdrop, companies are continuing to work to their climate, water, and nature goals. And in fact, in 2026, the number of companies globally with science-based targets or goals exceeded 10,000. I want to linger there for just a moment. There are more than 10,000 companies with science-based targets or goals, underscoring that the idea of corporate climate action remains a continual theme globally. Companies we've all heard of, Moody's, Dell, Pepsi, GM, Nike, go down the list. And many of them are also beginning to show progress on transition planning, which is to say they're detailing how exactly they're going to meet those goals. Major companies and investors, companies like National Grid, General Mills, Mars, large retirement funds that we work with like CalPERS, New York State Common Fund, and others are putting together their transition plans and making real progress. I want to share a couple of bits of analysis that were really compelling to me, and I hope they will be for you as well in this space. One piece of analysis that we have really recently seen is that managing climate financial risks and opportunities remains a continued priority for U.S. investors, despite all the political scrutiny. 70% of investors assess risks that climate financial issues pose to their portfolio. I mean, these aren't climate investors, these are all investors. 74% of investors assign board-level oversight, the highest possible level of oversight that you could assign within a financial institution, towards their climate strategy. And especially given these signals that we're seeing from the natural world, it's not hard to see why they would, especially if your day job is to find risk-adjusted return. Now, there is good news here. On the investment side, $2.3 trillion, you might have heard this number, was poured into the clean energy transition in 2025, up 8% from the year before, another banner year. But it's not nearly enough. BNEF tells us that we need north of $5 trillion a year to stay on track every year from now to 2030. There's also a little bit of good news that I want to share here as well. A recent survey of asset owners and asset managers has told us that the majority expect to increase their sustainable investments over the next 2 years, citing financial performance as a key driver, or as we like to say at Ceres, sustainability is the bottom line. Now, to be sure, there's plenty of work to be done, and we'll be working with them, and others will as well, to make sure they follow through on turning that vision into a reality. But that is quite the important directional signal for us all. And I want to close with some momentum on advocacy as well. Just last month, many of the Ceres leaders that are here in the audience today helped convene dozens, nearly 40 companies and investors up on Capitol Hill as part of our annual advocacy day, Lead on a Clean Energy Economy, to showcase cross-sector and bipartisan support for expanding clean energy in the U.S. Here's a sampling of some of the companies that came up with us. And you heard it earlier, I think, from Rich Powell at SEBA pretty well. The message is pretty clear. Energy demand is already skyrocketing. We have a war now that sort of underscores more the importance of accessible, reliable, affordable energy and clean vehicles more than ever. Demand being driven by growth in manufacturing, data centers, all of the things that we all know in this room. And the thing I want to share is that from all of our conversations up on the Hill with these companies, we know that both Democrats and Republicans support these policies. I mean, it may seem like policymaking these days is erratic, and certainly, from one part of the governance structure. But the folks that we spoke to on the Hill, they understand these aren't partisan issues. They know that energy affordability, economic security go hand in hand. And the bipartisan bill that Rich talked about, I want to share with you, it has strong support from business leaders across sectors, and we hope that it'll pass to modernize the grid, expand capacity to meet this rising demand and lower energy costs. So I'll just close with saying, look, there's a lot of forces at play right now, but it's going to take all of us to keep moving forward. Every investor, every business, every policymaker, and all of you here at DC Climate Week. Together, I know we've highlighted some of the momentum that we've had, but I know that there's much more to be done, and there is much more momentum to be had. I hope you'll join us, work with us to sustain that momentum. Find out more, ceres.org. Thank you all so much. Happy Climate Week.
All right, now we're gonna hit another networking break. But I want to make sure that you stay here for the rest of the show. We have some incredible speakers coming up right after the networking break. So head back in here right at 5. We'll have Jigar Shah on stage. We'll have, let's see, who else we'll have on stage? Dr. Michelle Lewis, who's an executive director of Root to Flourish Collective. We'll have the Deputy Chief Science and Innovation Officer from National Geographic, Andrew Courtney, and Victoria Herman, the Executive Director of Preserving Legacies. So stay tuned. We have an incredible lineup for the last piece of our opening ceremony. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get going. Woo!
Welcome back, everybody. Give the last couple seconds to help people find their seats again. I see more people in the middle. This is good. We're learning. Giving more people opportunities to sneak in right as people are speaking, so that's always nice. Well, welcome, everybody. My name is Shelby Lutzy. I am honored to be a member of this year's DC Climate Week Advisory Board, and my day job is as sustainability lead for Destination DC. We are the official destination marketing organization for Washington, D.C., so I'm terribly sorry. We're responsible for all those 8th grade field trip buses that you see crawling around the city, but we love them. They come and spend a little bit of money now, and then they come back years from now with their families and spend a lot more money then. So we're happy to welcome them as well as anybody else who's here visiting Washington, D.C. As an organization, we are tasked with being an economic development organization. That's our charge from the city. Further, my charge then to my leadership is to make sure that we're doing that as responsibly as possible. What that looked like in 2024, which is our most recent year of numbers, is that we welcomed 27.2 million visitors to the city of 700,000 residents. Collectively, they spent $11.4 billion, and through sales tax collection, we know that that money helped offset the average DC's household's tax burden by around $1,300. So it really does give back quite a bit to the city when we welcome these visitors in. With that said, how many of you are here from out of town today? Woohoo! All right, congrats. That means that you guys are contributing to the economic development of Washington, D.C. today. Thank you. I'm from Arlington, so I don't count myself in that. I hope you guys from Arlington, Alexandria, Bethesda didn't count yourself in those numbers either. But are we doing that sustainably? So specifically for this event, you had the opportunity to book your hotel accommodation through one of Destination DC member businesses, Trip Zero. They not only secure you a cheaper rate with our kind of expensive hotels in the city, but they also help offset your travel footprint by offsetting the carbon footprint associated with your flights here. You can always, as we've heard from Chef Spike and others earlier, choose a restaurant that features farm-to-table menus or offers lots of climate-friendly options like vegan and vegetarian dishes. And of course, you can choose to take public transit around the city, and I hope you do because we were ranked first in the country by the American Public Transit Association last year. Lots to be proud of there. And my other ask of you all is, especially if you're in from out of town, to remember the social side of tourism's potential benefit as well. We are a city that is for the people. That's what the National Mall is really all about. But it's also a city full of people that are working hard on the kind of progress that the people need. We've learned and seen a lot of that today, and there is, of course, more to come. So far, we've embraced roots and systems. We have unfurled solutions in the canopy that we've just been listening to. And now it is time to set our eyes upward and forward on the horizon. So with that, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Aaron Davis, who is the co-founder and COO of Enduring Planet. Please help me welcome Aaron.
Hi, everybody. I'm Erin Davis, the co-founder and COO of Enduring Planet. We're a debt investor focused on getting capital into the hands of climate companies when and where they actually need it, especially when that capital is tied up in contracts, grants, and reimbursement-based funding. Alongside that, we also work directly with founders through our fractional CFO practice, helping them navigate growth, become investment ready, and structure capital effectively. In other words, we spend a lot of time thinking about how to turn approved climate work into executed climate impact. That's exactly what today's conversation is about. Welcome to Affordable Energy, the case for climate solutions that already work. At a moment when so much attention is on what's next, new technologies, new breakthroughs, this session is grounded in a more immediate question. How do we scale what already works, make it affordable, accessible, and deployable today? To lead us into that discussion, I'm pleased to introduce two leaders who sit at the Capitol, the intersection of capital, policy, and real-world deployment. First, Jigar Shah, one of the most influential figures in clean energy finance, probably doesn't need an introduction, but I'll give one anyway. From founding Sun Edison and pioneering new models for solar deployment to leading the DOE Loan Programs Office, Jigar has consistently focused on turning proven technologies into scalable, financeable solutions. Today, as co-managing partner at Multiplier and the co-host of the Energy Empire podcast, he continues to shape how capital gets deployed at climate scale. He's joined by Jamie Nolan, principal at Nolan Strategic Communications and co-host of the same podcast. Jamie brings a sharp perspective on how climate, energy, and policy narratives are shaped and how we translate complex solutions into messages that resonate with markets, stakeholders, and the public. This is going to be a fun conversation, so please join me in welcoming Jigar Shah and Jamie Nolan.
All right.
This is why he needs me.
As is abundantly obvious, I can't do anything on my own. Hello, everybody. Happy Earth Week. All right, so we're going to turn the tables a little bit. For those of you who know me, I just finished serving at the Loan Programs Office under the Biden administration. Actually, not just. It's been a little while. And Jamie was the key person to really help revitalize the entire narrative, reputation of the Loan Programs Office. So I'm going to be interviewing Jamie, and we're going to talk about all of her accomplishments. I think, as many of you know, our sector suffers from an underinvestment in media and comms, in narrative building. And so let's dive right in. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. But first I wanted to start by saying that this morning I was like, should we talk about this talk that we're giving this afternoon? I was like, I was going to put together some note cards. I had some thoughts, and he was like, no, I'm just going to interview you. So this is completely off the cuff with no prep. So you will be hearing this for the first time, just as I am.
She's used to this. All right, so let's get started with, you're from, rural Eastern Maryland? Is that right? Where'd you go to college?
I went to Radford University in Southwest Virginia, and then I got my master's at the University of Miami, not Miami University, the U.
Nice. And what did you get your degrees in?
I have been working in PR and doing communications since I was 18, and all of my degrees are in communications and PR. Actually, it's shocking that I'm actually working in the field that I started college in, and I'm still here.
And then you joined our friend Mike Tidwell, right, at Chesapeake?
I did.
Climate Action Network?
I started my career working in PR firms, like just across all various accounts, and I very much so wanted to work on climate and clean energy. And so when I went to get my master's degree, I wrote my master's thesis about how it was actually a comparison of how two Australian newspapers talked about climate change and how they framed it.
Which one was owned by Rupert Murdoch?
The Australian. As you can imagine, they took a skeptical view to climate change. Like, you can see it in the literature. They absolutely did have a different frame in how they approached every single story.
Bias.
So that was the focus of my master's thesis, and so I had never worked in climate and clean energy, and they took a chance on me, and so I was at CCAN for, anybody from CCAN here? Anybody who knows CCAN? You must, yes, that they're like a very important group.
Legendary.
Yes, legendary.
They're amazing.
So yes, I was there for 2 years, and that we got to work on some really amazing advocacy campaigns. And
did you get arrested?
I did. I did get arrested. I did get arrested protesting the Keystone Pipeline in front of the White House. Yeah.
See? And now you know.
Well, a really funny part of that is actually my husband is a DC police official. And he actually came out that day for that planned civil disobedience. Well, that morning he gave me a card that said, "I'm so excited to tell our future kids about this work that you do and how valuable it is and how I'm so proud of you." And then he came out to the White House and he like took pictures of me with my DSLR camera. Like he could not have been more supportive of what I was doing. So he's awesome.
It's an episode of Blue Bloods, right there. All right, so after CCAN, when did you get to SIA?
So I was at CCAN for about 2 years, got to work on amazing projects. Offshore wind, we helped to pass the offshore wind bill in Maryland that led to like the project that is being planned off the coast of Ocean City. Can't wait to see those turbines go up. That was kind of like a big focus of the time that I was at CCAN. Working with the O'Malley administration, Abby Hopper, who went on to be the longtime executive director of SIA. But yeah, so I went over to SIA when Roan Resch was the CEO, and it was a short stop. I was the press officer there for about a year, but I mean, wow, it was like 5 to 10 media inquiries every single day, very fast paced. And it's funny how like every experience that you have kind of broadens your view, because I had been working on offshore wind so much and I was like so focused on utility scale offshore wind was like the solution, the climate solution we all needed. And I remember like in my first week at SIA, someone came up to me and was like, "Why didn't you know how much faster, easier, and cheaper it would have been if you had just built all that capacity in rooftop solar?" And I just like stared at him. I was like, "What?" And so like it's just an example that goes to show every single experience you have like across your career. I think when you're young, you're like, this is right. Like there's this solution and it's got to be this way. And the world is very black and white. And then with every experience you have, it kind of like broadens out your view, right? So like every time I added another like line on my resume, it, made you see the shades of gray, you know what I mean? And you really understand more of the complexity and the nuance and all of these things. But yeah, I was at SIA for about a year before I got recruited for like just an amazing job that I had to, so I'm sure that's gonna be your next question.
What was the amazing job?
So then I got recruited to go over and co-lead communications for the Solar Energy Technologies Office at DOE, which at the time we were going by the Sunshot Initiative. That was amazing. I love that. I was there under...
It was instrumental, really, in bringing the cost down and recognizing all the soft cost issues. And
absolutely.
It was amazing.
We hit our cost goals while I was there, which was an incredible accomplishment. It was during the Obama years, which was also just an amazing time in DC, and like the commitment to the mission by everyone, and just the morale was really high. I got to work under some fantastic directors at the solar office, really just very inspirational leaders. And that started my love affair with DOE. I have spent more time at the Department of Energy than any other place in my career. Now I've served under 3 different presidents.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip us forward to the Loan Programs Office, just because I want to get in deep around how you ran that machine, right? So we're in a place where I get the job, and we get Sydney Bopp to come in to be my chief of staff. She calls you up and says what?
She called me. I was fully booked. I'm an independent public relations consultant. I've always had plenty of business. I've been very fortunate. I've always been in a position where I got to choose the clients and kind of shape my book of work. So I was fully booked, and she reached out to me, and I was like, "I'm not accepting new work." And I was like, "Oh, but it's LPO." So I took the call with Sydney, and she was like, "So we just got here, and there is no comms shop. There is not a media list. There are no talking points. There is no functioning email newsletter. We do not have a comms shop. I need you to come back and fix this for me." So I had been out. I had left. I had my daughter rate like 2 weeks after the first Trump term started. And so I had left DOE shortly thereafter, after I was like trying to help the solar office transition its materials over to Republican-friendly messaging, I had left and like not looked back. And so I mean, I got that call and I was like, well, I've got to figure this out. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. I knew Jigger was there. We were acquaintances, and he had an incredible reputation. I wanted to work there, and so I had to call clients and fire them. I called clients and let them go. And I was working on, I'm going to shout them out. I was
Serving our country.
by firing people. I was working for a campaign, Local Solar for All, that was being led by CCSA, the Coalition for Community Solar Access. And I called them up and I was like, I'm so sorry, I've got to go do this. And they were like, that is your best and highest use. Please go help save LPO. It was not in a good place.
That is so, I don't think I heard that story.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you come in, you and I know of each other, but we're not friends, right? And as anyone would do, you do a quick assessment of what you were inheriting. What was your assessment when you came in of me, of what you were inheriting within the loan programs office? What did you have to work with?
Well, I got there and the comms team was 50% of one FTE, which is astonishing when you realize that office had $42 billion of capital to deploy. Half of one FTE, the other half of that person's job was all of the business development for the entire office, which, just to put it into perspective, when we left the Biden LPO, how many people did we have in outreach and business development?
We had almost 40.
We had 40 people. So this person's doing all of comms and all of outreach and business development for that office. It was staggering. So that was my first assessment, was just like, okay, well, holy shit, where do I even start? And my assessment of you, well, he knows the story, but the first few times I met with Jigger, he set up a weekly one-on-one with me. And the first couple of times before I met with him, I had to hype myself up. I had to, walk around my house and shake it off a little bit because I was so nervous. And because you're a little intimidating. You can be a little intimidating. And so then I would go in and you couldn't get it out of your brain fast enough, which I thank God there are AI note takers now so that I actually have transcripts of our phone calls, because Jutton, what's up? Because it was really hard at the beginning because you had so many ideas for what we should be doing, because you're so good at marketing and comms, you have great instincts, and you just couldn't get the ideas out fast enough. And so it was trying to learn how to speak Jigger and how to take everything that you were saying and then make it real. And so very much so for the first year and a half, kind of as the comms function grew at LPO, I had to be the Jigger whisperer a little bit and be like, okay, he said this, but this is what he actually meant. And Jutton's nodding over there. And this is how you turn this into something real. So, I got pretty good at that. And I mean, I was actually thinking we're about to hit our 5-year anniversary of working together every day. So obviously it went okay. So here I am.
It went fantastic. And so by the end of the first year, we had to explain what we were doing differently at the loan programs office, right? Because everybody who I called to apply for a loan was like, are you going to drag me in front of a congressional committee? Why would I apply for money? Are there even any rules by which to put the money out the door? And so we started answering all those questions on the blog, right, that we had for the loan programs office. We introduced this concept of the MAR, right, the monthly application activity report, and because we had received 77 applications by the end of the year. So how were you thinking about the rollout of LPO to the public, to the more of a media and comms landscape?
I mean, the first thing that we did was we obviously needed a messaging document, right? We needed talking points. And so we made it very, very simple. I think it was a 2-page sheet of talking points about what we had achieved, what the office had historically achieved, including, specific anecdotes and statistics, what we were doing now and how it was different than what we had previously done. And so that just kind of became the Bible, and you just got so good from a messaging discipline perspective. You could just rattle it off in 10 different ways. And then I really feel like this is an area where a lot of executives fall short. Like repetition, it sounds bad when it's you. When you're doing it, you're like, I'm just saying the same thing over and over again. But that's how you win. And so what we did is you were everywhere. We took every single interview opportunity that came our way, every single speaking engagement that came our way.
Mostly podcasts, because I found
did
the
so
Biden
many
administration was like, you can't talk to the New York Times, Washington Post, Axios, or Politico, but nobody listens to podcasts.
Yes. And so, I had a good Rolodex, right? I had come over from SIA, so I had a really strong media list. I knew how to get things done in the building, as they say at DOE, because I had navigated that before. I'm kind of like a bulldog. I will just run at walls. So I just wouldn't take no for an answer from the secretary's PR team, who thankfully those people still like me to this day, considering we went head to head.
You're
so
very
much.
likable.
Well, thank you. And yes, we found that podcasts were a blind spot, because they weren't paying attention to podcasts. And so they didn't seem to think, I would have to get permission for a tier 1 media interview if Jigger was, I would have to really work hard to get approval for him to speak to the New York Times. But they were like, a podcast? Sure, go for it. And so we slid so many under the radar. And then, I think you did 100 podcast interviews. I really do. And so we just said yes to everything. And people started to say to both of us, I can't, every time I turn around, Jigger's there. And I'm like, great. That's what we're going for. We are reestablishing the office's reputation. We are growing, rebuilding that credibility. And part of it is that we are telling that story, and we are just hitting those success stories over and over and over again. This is why you can trust us, and this is what we're doing differently.
So let's wrap up this phase. And so by the end of the 4th year running LPO, what had you built and accomplished at the Loan Programs Office? I think that the Media and Comms group was probably 12 people.
Well, to be fair, I stayed on as a contractor, and there was a federal director of external affairs who now is still a colleague. I'm so.
Oh, she's amazing.
We have so many great colleagues who helped to build that team. But yes, so that team grew in functionality, and I continued to lead the media relations function. So by the time I left, just my direct reports, there were 4 of us who just did media relations full time, which sounds small, but inside of DOE, I think we were the largest, at least that I'm aware of, devoted media relations shop inside of the building, outside of the secretary's team.
We had more people in our team than the secretary and her team.
Yes. So we had the largest media and comms team in the building, and at least, very similar in size and on media specifically to the secretary's team.
And I think what we accomplished was we had, over $107 billion worth of loans conditionally committed or closed. And we had over $300 billion of applications that we left unprocessed before we left. I mean, it really truly was an extraordinary number of people who heard of us, spent thousands of hours of their time to submit an application. We had the Hill, we had all sorts of people that were rooting for us. And even today, I would say that all the right-wing folks are rooting for the Loan Programs Office to be successful.
Absolutely. I think that we really did very successfully rehabilitate the office's reputation. And, at the beginning, a great source of frustration for me, and I will not even say the name of the company, but a certain solar company who will not be named was mentioned in every single story about the office, and I said that I was going to make it my personal mission to make it not so. And by the end, maybe only 5 to 10% of the stories mentioned that particular company, because I just whack-a-moled those mentions, and I had a lot of tough conversations with a lot of reporters about why that example had absolutely no application whatsoever to what we were doing. So, but from a media and comms perspective, I mean, some of the big wins were, and like you don't see this work behind the scenes, but Jigger was profiled on the front page of the Wall Street Journal with the headline, Joe Biden's $4 billion man. It took me 18 months to get that story done. Like it's like this type of media and comms work takes a really long time.
How long did it take you to get me onto Prof G?
Prof G, I think we reached out to the Jigger just got asked back onto one of the Scott Galloway podcasts, and I was delighted because the first time we got on Prof G, that took a year probably. I think I had reached out with 3 unique different episode concepts and never even heard back from a producer. And then Molly Morrissey, my team member, she was like, let me take a crack at it. And she sent that 4th pitch, and that was the one that made it across the finish line. And so a lot of it is like playing the long game and getting your head out of just like the day-to-day, like PR tends to be like very urgency based, getting out of that and just making sure that you also are focusing on like the longer term stories and like the kind of like those bigger pieces, but it takes a lot of patience.
So we only have a minute left. And so like, why don't you tell everybody like your words of wisdom, your conclusion, like your hopes and dreams for them?
Cool. I think my words of wisdom at this moment in time, because I just think that there are probably a lot of job seekers in the audience, are not to be scared to work for yourself, and that you can absolutely start a freelance business and start working for yourself while you are applying for full-time jobs. And you might end up loving it and not want to go back to a salaried job, which is definitely what happened to me. It would be really hard for me to step away from self-employment now that I've tasted it. And that there are a lot of like people that are willing to like lend you their advice or counsel, so many resources of folks who have done this successfully, and that it's a great career and it's really fun. Well,
In the last 20 seconds, what I'd say is that like every great person like me has a great Jamie as their partner. I think in general, when you think about the work that we do, whether it's getting people to take billion-dollar loans, build big things in this country, et cetera, it really does matter that people are rooting for you, right? It matters that there are, community members who know what the project is and actually are not fearful of it. It matters that, politicians don't just see the press release, but actually understand what the impact of that work might become. It matters that people have visuals in their mind around oh, that's how a nuclear power plant looks, or that's how a sustainable aviation plant looks, right? I just think that in general, people in our industry are phoning this in a way that actually hurts our industry. And with that, thank you very much.
Also, we have a podcast called Energy Empire. Please go check it out. We're on all the major platforms. We're also on YouTube. Rate, view, and please subscribe.
And we have a big Straits of Hormuz episode coming out tomorrow.
We've been talking a lot about what's going on in Iran, amongst many other topics. So please check us out.
Thanks, everybody.
That was fun. I've listened to every episode of Energy Empire. Highly recommend it. Up next, we have Dr. Mel. She's the executive curator of the Root to Flourish Collective. They take care of the people that take care of the planet. Thank you.
All right. Hey, y'all. Good evening. Thank you. I'm Dr. Mel, and I am the executive curator of the Root to Flourish Collective. And we're a new organization that will soon celebrate 1 year of work toward our mission, cultivating an anti-racist climate, conservation, and environmental movement through empowered leadership and community care. We invite you to join Root to Flourish Collective. You can find us on LinkedIn or roottoflourish.org. And I look forward to seeing you at the reception this evening. And I'm going to bring you into the collective now. So please repeat after me. Root to Flourish Collective. Yes. Okay, now we're all in the collective. Thank you. All right. Through our work to prioritize the interconnectedness between people and nature and to ensure systemically marginalized folks are central to shaping the future of environmental stewardship, we celebrate the voices of artists and writers, recognizing that without creativity and storytelling, there is no movement. As an interdisciplinary writer and artist myself from the Gulf South, now based here in DC and Baltimore, I'd like to share with you a vision for the future of our movement and our relationship to nature's organizers and advocates. So this is Unity Bayou. Unity, oyster, cleansing the water, together in mounds of minerals made, living in the waterwork, even when the tide is out. Filter the waves that need licking clean. Unity catfish, whisker smile, and hook swallow, a selfless mud offering, after listening with ears like ours. They hear us. The fisher folk say, ain't no work since the storm. The bayou mothers and dock workers say, ain't no check, no money for the stove. The church ladies fishing, hiking up their sea skirts say, we finna have a Friday night catfish fry to feed the community. Unity mullet, swimming in shoals that show up and jump small yet great in numbers. The water, a rippling environmental justice movement. The power of many, the tides rising. Silver shadow, sunshine swimming is the color inside of each of us. Every scale and tail matters. Unity heron, blue the witness, still and standing, the peaceable sentinel, the valiant advocate, watchful, steady, prayerful, ceremony, ready for the right moment to transform the troubled waters still. Unity people, drink in these lessons of shell and scale, of feather and tail, to clean, to feed, to witness. Our relatives have been and will be environmentalists. Stewards of the land, lovers of the earth, keepers of the fire, water, and air, and justice is destined. Thank you.
Victoria and Andrew. 1 in 3 natural World Heritage Sites and 1 in 6 cultural ones faces climate destruction. Their work is making sure the places we love do not disappear. Thank you.
Well, hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Andrew Courtney. I'm the deputy to our chief scientist at National Geographic Society, and I lead a team of program and grants officers that oversee our science and grants portfolio. And I've got the privilege of being here today with National Geographic explorer Victoria Herman as part of DC Climate Week. We're really excited to spend some time with you. And it's a privilege for me to be in conversation with you this week, or today, Victoria. We're going to spend some time exploring the intersection of culture, of climate, and of the program that Victoria leads, Preserving Legacies. So Victoria, it's an absolute joy to be with you here. Thank you.
Great to be here too.
All right. To get us started, give me a second here. Victoria, if we're thinking about the pace of innovation that's happening around us. And I guess, the first question we have is really if you could say a little bit about the role of cultural heritage in identifying innovative climate solutions.
So I know I have this clock that says we only have 15 minutes, so this is a bit dangerous, but I am going to cede about a minute of my time and ask everyone to close their eyes. So I'm looking directly at you, so I could tell if you're closing your eyes or not. All right, I want you to imagine something that makes you who you are. Maybe it is the place you grew up, the place you fell in love. It's a bowl of soup your grandmother makes you. It's a tradition, something that is deeply connected to who you are in this fast-paced world. For me, it is a community hall in northern New Jersey that's tucked away behind some trees. It is where I learned to braid bread as a kid. It's where I met my best friend. It's where I recently celebrated my father's contributions to giving back to our community. It's a place that's defined me my whole life. Does everyone have that place, that bowl of soup? All right, open your eyes. That thing, that soup, that place, that tradition that makes you who you are, that is your key to resilience in a climate-changed world. We think about critical infrastructure as things like roads and bridges and being resilient to shock events. Those things are important, but the traditions, the cultures, the memories that are passed down from one generation to the next, that is critical resilience. That is what connects you to one another. It's what connects us to past generations that have lived through shock events and can tell us how to not just survive, but thrive in a future that is filled with them. It is the thing that tethers us to this world and makes it worth fighting for. Often, cultural heritage is not considered as part of our critical infrastructure, but it should be here in DC, here in the United States and US territories, and around the world. As the director of Nat Geo's program, Preserving Legacies, I have the immense privilege of working in 40 countries around the world with local leaders that are doing everything they can to safeguard the things that you thought of when you closed your eyes, the places that make them who they are, that give them their identity and their histories. Behind me are images from the World Heritage Site Cotomacu. It is a spiritual landscape that crosses the borders of Togo and Benin. And this landscape, these takientas, these homes, these are the keys to resilience of this community. They are where life comes into the world. They are where people take their last breath. They are what shield communities from the extreme heat and where food is stored so that it can withstand a monsoon season. These are critical infrastructure, and our custodians, those that care for these sites, they get the privilege of working with us to safeguard them from changing seasonality and extreme rains that destroy the takienta that you see in the bottom. We are working with Ibrahim, with Casimir, with Augustin, with Joseph to create new materials to make sure that the takienta is not just there today, but there for future generations. So that when you ask someone in Cotomacu to close their eyes in 20 years and 30 years, they can still conjure up this building.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. It makes me think about just briefly on the Nat Geo side of things. We also see how culture and climate aren't separate, and you really can't separate those two things. It is really, culture represents the things we want to protect and the things we want to preserve, the things we invest in, right? And so, preserving heritage, it's definitely more about the past, right? That's how we experience it. And we really see it as part of the path to the future. And we see your work really as one of the strong examples of that in action. So thank you for all you do. Okay, so another thing that stands out to me in the work is really just the perspective of voices that you bring together. And so if you could maybe just say a little bit more about that kind of collaboration, right? We know that cross-sectoral collaboration is more important now than ever. Just tell us a little bit more about the approach you take with preserving legacies and bringing those different voices to the table.
In most climate rooms, you don't have heritage professionals. I know from being in DC before leading Preserving Legacies, I was a White House fellow. I worked with the Coast Guard to create their climate strategy. And the folks in the room when making climate policy, climate decisions, are pretty finite. There are a lot of seats that aren't brought to that table, and heritage is just one of them. But in order to create solutions that work for everyone, you have to have a whole bunch of people at the table. And at Preserving Legacies, we try to do just that, not just include heritage, but a wide group of stakeholders and rights holders. In Champaign, in the hillsides, the cellars, the vineyards that you see here, our amazing custodians, Severine and Amadine, did just that this fall when planning their risk assessment and their adaptation strategy. They brought together billion-dollar companies of the champagne that we might drink after this session. I don't know if we have champagne. I hope we do. There were farmers, there were viticulturalists, there were scientists, there were families that had been tied to these vineyards for 500 years. There were a wide variety of stakeholders that were brought to that table. And because of that, the solutions for these cellars that are being impacted by extreme rain, by the vineyards that are being impacted by an invasive cricket, are going to be stronger because everyone has ownership over what comes out of that. And Andrew, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you were able to join us in Champaign this fall. So I wonder if you could share a bit about your experience joining us, seeing all of those stakeholders together, not just from Champaign, but from other countries, learning and listening to how that workshop went.
Sure. Thanks, Victoria. Yeah, it was, many things stick with me from that experience. It was an extraordinary experience. Noting like what you had mentioned, the different people coming to the table, they're all really facing the same challenge, and yet they also all are approaching it or they're experiencing it differently. But through the work you've got here, they have a way of finding the common ground about really focusing on the livelihoods around the culture and preserving that, right? So for me, it was a great experience to not only see the many, many different perspectives that come to the table joyfully too, right? There's a lot of good feelings about really coming and thinking about this work as a group. But also then you've got from all around the world, others coming to learn not just about the work in Champaign, but then how they can bring that back to their programs. And you build a really tight community of people who are bounded by not just cultural heritage, not just by preservation, but really by the relationships too. And I think that's probably one of the more important parts. Our work is very much relational, and I really saw a lot of that come through the work in Champaign. Thank you. Yeah. And I loved how just intentional you are about really bringing everyone into this. So I guess the next question I've got for you, Victoria, you're a scientist and a storyteller. And when we think about storytelling for us on the science side, that's really how we bring science to the people. It's really how we help people understand the work that we do. What I found intriguing with Preserving Legacies is that a lot of the stories that were being told are coming from the communities themselves. And so I just thought maybe could you speak a little bit more about the approach that in Preserving Legacies you take to storytelling, and then also why that's a really important role for developing innovative climate solutions?
Yeah, so because we work with Nat Geo, we get to do both science and storytelling, which is the best of all worlds. And climate stories are challenging ones. By a show of hands, how many people have felt hopeless about climate change in the past month? I am also raising my hand here. Even as we work on climate change, even as we dedicate ourselves to its solutions, it is devastating. It is devastating to read report after report that tells us that we are not doing enough. It is devastating to read headlines of the consequences of decades of inaction. And it is really easy to feel hopeless and, in association, to feel helpless. But we know from research that feeling hopeless by telling a story that has a hopeless ending leads to further inaction, right? If you know the ending, you know that a policy is going to fail. If you know that a taquienta is going to be destroyed, you are less likely to invest your limited time and resources into trying to save it. The story's already said. So at Preserving Legacies, we try to weave together dozens of stories of hope and action across the world, of hundreds of climate heroes at all of these sites of Severin and Ahmadine, of Ibrahim and Kazmir, that are doing everything they can to protect humanity's legacies and succeeding in doing that. And through Nat Geo, we get to tell stories in a variety of ways. In the photos that you may have seen outside by our incredible photographer, Mike Snyder, in storytelling workshops where we equip every one of our custodians with the tools and trainings to tell their own stories, and through film. And in partnership with the Marketplace for the Future this weekend, we get the chance to share 2 of our films with you. I'm going to give a bit of a preview. Super exciting, super exciting. Going to give a bit of a preview to all of you to entice you to come check out Marketplace for the Future on Saturday to see the full version.
بتراء واحدة من على قائمة التراث العالمي. البتراء هي شاهد على حضارة تتعامل مع الموقع، خلينا نحكي طبيعة بشكل جميل جدا. بتراء يعني بيتي، هي علاقة خاصة جدا، علاقة كأنها إذا بدنا نحكي كشخص فهي كواحد من أفراد الأسرة. السلام عليكم. الأردن في خطر كبير. كلايمت تشينج والتغير المناخي هو حدث قريب جدا. This is the flood coming from Wadi al-Jarrah. It's pretty huge, and a small amount of rain can cause that much flood. I love this site. I'm born and raised here, so I want to protect it. That's why I want to be part of the solution. أنا برأيي حلول لمشاكلنا بما يخص التغير المناخي موجودة عند الأنباط نفسهم، عند الناس اللي عملوا هاي الحضارة، اللي كونوا هاي الحضارة. This is an example on how masters were the Nabatean in managing water. But we can try to find solutions, and this is a solution that is 2,000 years old, but still working until now. ولكن بتوقع إذا قدرنا موضوع المياه نحكي ممكن زي ما داروا الأنباط تمام ممكن نتغلب على المشكلة هاي. والدولية الواحد بيعمل وبحاول بقدر الإمكان إنه يقدم أفضل ما عنده لخدمة البتراء أولاً وتحسينها وإنها تستمر للناس اللي بعدنا.
I'm looking at this clock here, tick away. We are about out of time. And thank you, Victoria. I guess one last question, though, a quick one here, is just, what's the one takeaway that you would like for everyone to walk away from our conversation?
That place, that soup, that tradition that you thought of at the start of our conversation needs you. It needs your expertise, it needs your time, it needs your passion to be safeguarded for the next generation. I invite you to join us at heritageadapts.org to be part of this journey, to find community, to have access to tools, training, and resources so that you could be a climate hero for your own heritage and culture, so that we have a future that is just as vibrant as our present is.
Victoria, wonderful. Thank you so much for all you've done, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Andrew.
What an amazing day so far. Okay, I want you all to stand up. Stand up. Get out of your seats a little bit. It's been a while. Move around, shake your body, roll your shoulders. We're almost done, but we got a little bit of amazing content left. Thank you all for being a part of this. This has been so much fun. Okay, thank you. You can sit down. I'm excited to bring out Dan, Anna, and Sage, Boomer, Gen Y, Millennial, Gen Z, to really talk about what we're handing each generation with our climate crisis. Thank you. Come on out.
Okay, some of you look like you could use a drink, so I'm really happy that you're staying for our session. So here we go. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so first a little exercise so we know who's in the room. So just put your hands up. Gen Z. Okay. Millennials, Gen Y. Okay. Gen X. Boomer. Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to be the only one. Okay. Thanks a lot.
That's interesting. I think you and I are equally represented.
Go
millennials.
Well, you know, those
you guys are the powerhouse.
No, yeah, those Gen Zers, they couldn't last. They don't have the stamina, so they're off, you know. But anyway, so I'm Dan. This is Sage, and that's Anna. And we're not going to say anything about ourselves because you can hit our name in the agenda and you can see who we are, what we've done, and what we're all about. And we do want to kind of jump right into things. We're also not experts in a psychological or research capacity on our generations, but yet I think, Sage and I were just in the green room, and so we were ranging from violent disagreement to diplomatic, no, I'm sorry, it's the other way around. Anyway, so, all right, so what we want to do is just introduce a few things to think about and to see if there are differences in what we think about climate change, how we think about it, and what to do about it. So I'm both the moderator and a discussant. So I'm going to give myself the first question, and that is, okay, Boomer, are you responsible for this climate situation that we're in? And so I'm not going to give a direct answer to that, but I want to talk a little bit about how we got here and the way that I think you have to think about climate change from here on in. So I remember, I was very young, but I remember the 1960s when rivers were on fire, cities were smog choked, and there were all sorts of other problems. In the 1970s, you had the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, you had other steps taken to solve acid rain and so on. And that's because government worked. I mean, you know, I was there to see it and experience it. And government wasn't against the wishes of the people. Environmental policy back then was largely nonpartisan or bipartisan. And that kept going even through the 1990s. There's a famous TV ad that featured Nancy Pelosi and Newt Gingrich in a sofa in front of the Capitol. And Nancy Pelosi says something like, there's not much we agree on, is there, Newt? And Newt says, no, there isn't, but there's one thing we do agree on, and that's climate change. And so there were still attempts at grand bargains for climate policy back then. So we're into the 90s and then into the next decade and the Obama years and so on. But what happened is the fossil fuel industry caught up. They got their game face on and their game together. Politics turned rancid. And it turned into a blood sport, and I was very much involved in it at that point here in Washington. And so what we have today is a situation where I don't think federal policy, which is the ultimate solution to the tragedy of the commons, which if you don't know, look it up later, but it's the way that I think we used to be able to think about this and used to see results, but that's not the case now, and we've got to think about this differently and act about this differently. Having said that, so I'm going to ask a couple of general questions. You guys can have at it however you want to in terms of this, but I feel like I need to know more about how the people in your generation think about climate change, how they think they're doing something about it. Do they need more information? Do they need to find out a way to work on it as opposed to just believing in it and wanting to, supporting it in general? And also, if you have any questions for me about anything that I just said or anything that I didn't just said, please bounce a question back to me. So either one of you can take it for a moment.
I'm happy to start. Dan, I'm going to grill boomers right now.
Okay.
So my problem with boomers is that you all do not know math. So first, fiscally, this country is in 39 trillion in debt. So if we divide it by the number of Americans in this country, so $116,000 or so, each of us are in debt.
Okay.
This is in addition to the climate debt that boomers have created, and this is not a blame game. These are just straight facts. I'm also a mom, so there's one generation who's not represented in
Gen
here.
Alpha?
Gen Alpha.
Yeah,
So
there was somebody here before, I saw them.
There was,
Yeah.
Gen Alpha is right here.
Oh, there we go. There she is, right there. Okay.
The issue is that this is not the kind of an inheritance that we were hoping for.
I agree, and let me go to the Keeling curve, and I think all of you are here for those prizes. And the one statistic that you need to know is ppm, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. So it was 280 for centuries until the Industrial Revolution. Then you had it start to creep up from a 280 baseline. But by 1990, it was already past the 350 mark. And the 350 mark is what scientists say is the stable point of equilibrium. That's what the environmental group, 350.org, is named after. So there's a lot of stuff that has happened involving a lot of generations, but the point is that it's still happening today. And we're not on a glide path to solving this. So how do we solve it? How's that, Sage?
I'm going to disagree with you. I think, to your point, it was a small group of corporate interests that put us in this situation. And there are members of our generations who have joined that class, right, voluntarily and decided to be a part of a largely financial machine. I don't, however, think it's productive to divide ourselves even more than we already are divided. I don't think it's productive to
Agreed,
blame.
and I'm sure Anna would agree to that as well.
I think what we're needing is to maybe stop blaming anyone and really, I don't know, there's this obviously widespread nihilism and a sentiment that our futures have been stolen from us. But at this point, especially those of us Gen Z, like, we're adults. We're coming up, we're adults or we're near adults. At some point, we have to decide that it's not just our future, it's our world. And we're responsible for being a part of it. And okay, you don't like the cards you were dealt, but what are we going to do about it, right? And so I think there's a need to lean in. Right now, there is a general sentiment of despondency. People feel nihilistic. No one really feels energized about the future. But what if we harnessed the underlying anger that's beneath that to decide that we aren't going to accept things the way that they are, and that we can go out and get a version of the future that is crafted in our image?
Anna, do you want to hop on that?
For this panel, I actually looked up how many different generations, and I agree with you. It's better that we don't divide each other, but then we won't be sitting on this panel. Basically, if you look at federal, state, and local policymakers, it is still in the hands of the boomers. And I'm an economist, and I like looking at who has the power, influence, and money. At the moment, it's squarely boomers. Again, this is my parents' generation, a lot of respect there, a completely different world that they have grown up with. So the way I'm looking at this problem is that the boomers built the system, our energy system. My generation started demanding decarbonization of such systems. And again, maybe Sage can comment on that later. And I'm teaching a lot of Gen Zs here in the building. Your generation is very concerned about energy justice, so that everybody's thriving and not just a small group of people, just like you said earlier.
Well, maybe though I want to jump in and what is it that people in the generations, including mine, I guess, although mine, admittedly, they're tired. I mean, politically tired, and in other ways as well. And I hate to say that, but I think I'm seeing that. But how are people in your generations, each of you, working on climate change? As opposed to supporting it, do they know what to do? And I'll just give a couple of examples. I go to local hearings on things like solar farms, and there are no young people at those hearings. It's all older people that are against it, and yet whether or not that solar farm happens is in the interest of younger people.
We're attending to our kids.
So yeah,
we're doing school pickups.
So I guess I'm giving that as an example of why aren't younger people doing something tactically? Or if they are, what is it that I might not appreciate?
We live in different media ecosystems. So
Absolutely.
If it wasn't on my Instagram, I didn't see the flyer for the hearing.
Okay.
I was having this conversation the other day.
So you and I are going to work on that.
Girl.
Okay.
I got a lot of things to work on. We live in dramatically different media ecosystems. So first of all, I didn't hear about the hearing. I think that's our first problem. I also think what I'm interested in is how do we animate the interested, right? There's all the polling shows that everybody cares about climate change. Like in every political ideology, in every country on the planet, everyone cares. But for one, they don't know what to do. They feel terrified. There's not an entry point, whatever. How do we animate the interested? Instead of it, like when we say, oh, we should build back energy on climate, that doesn't mean like get just the most, the 10 to 15% of the population for which they're very animated and willing to show up to a city hall meeting or a climate protest or not to back doing that, because they're not doing it. Yes, we are on our back foot. That's true. But how do we make a culture where it's ambient, where it's obvious, where it's common sense, right? Our ideas are really quite popular. We're just not like infusing people with a sense of possibility. How do we make sure that our ideas, climate solutions, show up in popular culture, on a finance podcast that I'm listening to, in lifestyle? Like, how do we make it so that it's just the substrate? Because it's true. I'm shocked that all of the finance people I respect and listen to on social media or in podcasts or what have you, and in their newsletters, are honestly not talking about the Strait of Hormuz and the global repercussions and the skyrocketing increase in solar panels. And I'm like, well, maybe it's because they're being paid not to talk about it. I don't know. But maybe it's because they don't feel equipped to talk about it. And maybe it's because it's never been that interesting to them. But there's an incredible opportunity for innovation and entrepreneurship and job building and a better world that each of us is actually going to want to live in. And that's what I really want all of us to come away with is our ideas are really popular. We're just not doing the work yet of connecting them to people's fears, but also their hopes and their dreams for the future. There's a vision here to be had that's civilizational, something to aspire to. We can solve this. And right now, we just don't believe that we can. But I look at AI as an example on this. First of all, it is poised as a race to the bottom. It's like, well, we have to solve this, or the other guy's going to solve it. Okay, climate change is also existential in that way. But second of all, they're not even pretending that they're ever going to turn a profit. They're not even pretending. They're not promising you that. But that we're piling in because of this fear of missing out, because of all these theories about what the technology might do. Climate solutions do have fundamentals. These are profitable solutions that are going to make our lives better and, create the kind of world that we want to live in walkable communities and prioritizing culture over community. I don't know. I'm rambling here. But I think what we need to do is stop trying to convince the people who have already been reached that the problem is bad. I think they're there. I think we're there. I think what everyone's looking for is a roadmap, a plan. What are we going to do? And there's a lot of excitement there to be had.
Well, so Anna, just thinking about your generation as different maybe from mine and from Sage's for a moment, half, or actually more than half of the CO2 in the air has gone there since 1990, which is when many in your generation was born. You guys, you mentioned your parents, making me feel very old, but your generation are now parents, and you guys have good jobs. The boomers are fading. They still have the money and a lot of the power that goes with money. But what's different about your generation from either of ours?
I'm happy to share my experiences as career coach. I have very successful millennials reach out to me, and a lot of them already work in climate. The problem is that they're not happy in their jobs. And they come to me, and we have several sessions because their jobs are not aligned with their values. A lot of people are not motivated by earning more money anymore. This is so passé. It is impact. And what is interesting that I'm asking my clients, what is impact to you? And I've had an extremely successful engineer who has built gigawatts of offshore and onshore wind parks. And he said, I don't see impact of my job. He said, I want to go to India, purchase a plot of land, and do regenerative agriculture there. This is the impact I want. So I sat there, and I said, go for it. And I charged him money for that, too.
There's a meme for this. The kids yearn for the fields. Okay, my Gen Zers are laughing. Thank you.
Okay, so what do you want boomers to do other than to give you all the money and step out of the halls of power?
Okay, and this is a really important thing. We need an intergenerational transfer of resources, yes, but knowledge.
Okay.
I really want to honor all the people who have come before me in this fight. And I'm going to keep it short so you can answer. But I think it's also, I don't know what I don't know. And what I'm finding is I'm demanding that the older people in my life give me more context on people, on organizations, on what worked and what didn't, because I have made so many mistakes and lost so much time in the past few years not knowing what they know.
So I literally have a PhD in energy economics and energy policy, and to me, the amount of bullshit that I'm hearing about energy economics, technologies, there is always the next big thing. There is the hydrogen hype. Now we have AI hype, and there will be yet another hype. In other words, I would appreciate good honesty and really unbiased reporting. That's why I believe that the work of journalists is so important, and social media influencers, because they're the ones who are breaking down difficult concepts in case you don't have time to get a PhD in this field.
Real.
Yeah, we unfortunately, oh, please, yes, please. We just got the stop signal. Obviously, we just kind of broke the surface of this discussion, and there's a lot that I'd still like to ask and talk about. You can find us on LinkedIn. I've got a Substack. Anything you guys want to say in terms of how to find you or follow you or whatever?
I'm better on Instagram.
Okay, maybe you can help me get on Instagram after this. So, okay.
I'm LinkedIn.
Okay, and also, so just this morning, I set up an email address. So it's dan.delury@climategenerations.org. So you can, hop on LinkedIn, because I put out something on this today. If you have any comments.
Okay, we're running out of time. They got your email.
Oh, to stop my self-promotion? Is that what?
There we go.
Okay, all right.
There we go.
But anyway, so email that or get in touch with us, and maybe you can see us do this again sometime when we have a little bit more time. So, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Time for a happy hour.
That was amazing. That was fun. What a day. And now I'm excited to bring up our photographer from last year, Cedric. He captured so many beautiful moments, and his photography is stunning. But the thing that sticks with me till this day is he said last year he saw more hugs than handshakes. Welcome, Cedric.
What a day. How's everyone doing? I know we're all eager to wrap things up. So in order to kind of start that process, I want to say good afternoon or good evening, whatever time it may be right now. And I want to say hello to everyone here, but also to everyone who's joining us online. Thank you so much for being part of the community that makes DC Climate Week possible. As Justin mentioned, my name is Cedric. I am a photographer, but I'm also one of the organizers of DC Climate Week. And I had the pleasure of supporting the many art and culture initiatives that took place during this year's event. So as we begin to close out today's ceremony, I wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the special creative energy that is interwoven throughout the week. As it is often said, art and culture are major contributors to the zeitgeist, to the spirit or the mood that defines a particular time in our history. So I believe that culture and art they also serve a very similar role when it comes to the climate movement as well. So in a world full of heaviness and confusion, artists present us with an opportunity to reconnect with our planet, with our communities, and with ourselves. So this is why I really encourage all of you and every one of you to experience something this week at the crossroads of climate and creativity. And there are a lot of them, so to check it out. For instance, if you're someone who's seeking innovation, go explore how sustainable fashion designers are combating clothing waste. If you're looking for inspiration, you go attend a film screening, an art exhibition, a book launch. At its core, DC Climate Week is truly a celebration of community and the many diverse solutions the community provides. So it is my hope that you're able to witness this raw and invigorating energy as you go about your week. Before I close, I also wanted to thank the several climate creatives who participated today, such as Neha Misra, Dr. Mel Michelle Lewis, but also Mike Snyder, Greg Kahn, and Nate Luby, whose beautiful images were displayed during the event today. These powerful photographs that you've seen again throughout the day not only invite us to marvel at the irreplaceable natural lands and cultural sites, but serve as a reminder as to how fragile these places are due to natural or human intervention. With that being said, I wish you all an unforgettable DC Climate Week, and thank you all for being part of this community.
Hmm. 5 hours, roots, canopy, horizon. It's been fun today. We took a breath together, You stood up, you met strangers, you listened hard. Thank you for being here. Starting tomorrow or even tonight, there's going to be breakfasts, panels, workshops, rooftop conversations, field trips, happy hours, early mornings on the mall, over 250 events. You can't make all of them, you shouldn't try. But, you should pick some things that scare you a little bit. Walk into rooms you've never been in. Try something you haven't tried. Meet someone new. They might change something that affects you for the rest of your life. DC Climate Week isn't happening to you. It's being built by you. Every one of those 250 events is run by a volunteer who wanted those rooms to happen. Your job this week is to show up, say yes, and say thank you when you do. My daughter, Lyra, is 20 months old, and my son, Glacier, was born this morning. He's well, mom's well, thank you. When Lyra and Glacier ask me what I did for our climate crisis, I want to say I was in rooms like this, with people like you, doing the work that mattered together. You felt something today, hold on to that and carry it with you through this week and beyond. And thank you for being a part of this. I'm excited to welcome to the stage Namal, who has just been an inspiration to me and is an amazing human being.
Thank you to Justin, and another round of applause for Justin for being the lead organizer for today. And congratulations. I'm going to sit. I'm going to take 5 minutes to close us out. I am what is standing between you and drinks. I recognize that. I'm Namal De Silva. I'm Vice President for Together for Birds and American Bird Conservancy. I'm part of the advisory board for DC Climate Week. It's such a pleasure to welcome you all. I'm going to start with a few weavings from things that I heard throughout the course of the day. Sage said, "How do we animate the interested?" Greg said, "There are questions that feel increasingly urgent." Neha said, "The violence of silence." Brenda said, "The shocking quality of the silence." Dan said, "Politics has become rancid." Neha said, "Benevolent giving over cruel taking." On Victoria's work, we heard about the past as the path to the future. Neha said, "I am enough. We are enough." I would say, "We are wondrous," and Neha's poem illustrated that. Brenda said, care for that one specific lake." Dave asked, "How do we depoliticize and build durability?" Brandon said, "We need to put on our cloak of bravery. When we are connected, we're unstoppable." We are connected, we are unstoppable. The first sentence of Catherine Wilkinson's new book, Climate Wayfinding, reads, "It is no small thing to be human on Earth." I'll say that again. It is no small thing to be human on Earth. You are not small. And here we are, connected together in DC. I am proud to be of this place, my home since my mother Indu, who's there, and I arrived Exhausted, late one night in November of 1984, we came here from Sri Lanka. I think often about all who have called this place home or have moved through. Those whose roots are deep, like the native trees, like the Anacostans, the Piscataway. Those whose labor shaped our monuments and cityscapes. The more recent migrants, those who are just passing through, like the millions of migratory birds passing overhead each night, right now, it's spring migration. Whoever you are and whatever brought you here today, welcome. I hope you find inspiration, joy, and community at DC Climate Week. Whoever you are, I hope you look to the place where you were born for inspiration, to the places of your ancestors, to the place where you live now. For a few of you, all three are the same. Many of us are children of diaspora, scattered around the world by wind and water, by conflict and possibility. Whichever is true for you, let history, culture, and nature be your refuge. Our shared and disparate histories help us understand ourselves, each other, and our path forward into an uncertain future. Ritual and ceremony connect us to our community and to that which we hold as sacred. The arts, as Cedric mentioned, engage our emotions and help us understand ourselves. Nature-filled places and our wild relatives remind us of the vital web of connections that sustain planetary health. When I feel anxious or overwhelmed, these are some of my practices of reconnection. I lean on trees, literally. I lean on them. If they're big trees, I lean more fully. If they're small trees, I'll touch them or I'll hug them. I've done this my whole life. I find flowing water. Our parks in DC are amazing for both of those. I seek out art in our galleries, on our streets. DC has amazing galleries, but DC also has amazing murals. Find them. I learn our histories. There are signs all over this city that talk about local history, neighborhood history, national history, global history. They're worth reading. I gather with beautiful people doing inspiring work, like everyone here for DC Climate Week. Going back to Catherine Wilkinson. This is her book. She writes, whether we're steeped in climate or newly curious, we can look inward with care, outward with curiosity, and forward with courage to shape our unique contributions. I'm going to end there. Thank you. And the whole team is going to come out and take a picture so we can celebrate.
Well, not the whole team, just a few of us. The team is way more than all this, but thank you so much. DC Climate Week. Woo! Let's have some fun.
Okay, so now we have drinks. And everybody here is invited to have drinks with us all on the 8th floor. We have a bar open, some snacks, so we're excited to see you all up there.
Have fun. I don't know. Do we want to? I said no. I thought we said no.